I think. Um. Um. I just. There was a mistake. Well, there was something that I was doing out there. Something was being live streamed in the house. Not, well, obviously it was me. But I mean, there was a download going on in the house. I wanted to see how far the stream could go without viable to be shared. But, here we are. It's working just fine now. Had to restart it, pause the download. My brother asked something of me that I update his Call of Duty while he was still at school, and I obliged, but it started impeding on the live stream, and I wanted to live stream today, so his Call of Duty's got a head start. That's nice. So forgive me. So I'm gonna just go, and we're gonna do what it is that I just did for like the past 15 minutes, maybe. Yeah. So we actually can examine the body right now. We looked at our thoughts, talked about some stuff. I made a joke about how in this episode I'm excited to,
The rotting man lies on his side with his eyes looking straight through you. The belt is still around his neck. His body is supine and open to intrusion by autopsy.
I'm looking forward to the evolving side plot where Pluto complains about her family. That's going to be burst into the house, or burst into my room specifically. And I've had to explain to them that I'm live streaming. Everything's fine at home, but I had a bit of a crash out last episode over it, and I'm gonna leave that in because I'm gonna leave that upload up. You know, because Disco Elysium gameplay, and also being Disco Elysium, it's not like this game isn't profoundly honest and personal as it is anyway. So I thought it kind of appropriate. Well, not appropriate, but fitting.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
We won't be talking about that too much today, if at all, hopefully. What exactly is a field autopsy?
Officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them.
Pulls on a pair of latex gloves.
What you do know is, at 18.9 kilometers, the dormant shield volcano, Corpus Mundi, is the world's highest summit, and the failure of the 38 single, Epui Descent, to crack the top 20 was the death knell of disco. But what a field autopsy is, you have no idea.
Oops. There we go. Sorry, I was doing a mic check while that voice line was going on. Why don't you know? What use are you?
You must have me confused with the Copperpedia.
Who's the Copperpedia? I think I need to talk to him.
You, sir. You are the Copperpedia.
Oh. Do you have another pair of gloves?
Unfortunately, no.
I need a pair then. Can we return to this shortly? We have glove hunting to do.
Let's not go glove hunting, please. Let's use division of labor. I perform the anatomical side, while you take notes.
Where should I take these notes? In my paperwork?
Yes, you see, the field autopsy form is the one on red copier paper.
Open your ledger at the field autopsy form.
The dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs in 3 parts. Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with
1. Assistant.
That's you.
Write the initials, HDB.
The corpse is indifferent to your scribblings. Just lies there. The next box says
Coroner's case number.
KK57-0803.0815.
KK equals Kim Kitsuragi. 57 equals Precinct 57, followed by his date 0803 and time of arrival 0815 on the scene. He's indexed the case after himself, not you. That's because he doesn't want to bring up the messy question of your initials.
Shouldn't we file the coroner's case under me? Technically, I arrived at the scene before you.
And what would that make the alphanumeric?
HDB 41 0803. Help me out with the time of day, anyone? 10:15. It's understated.
I'm not sure. I said this before too. I'm not sure what the time of arrival is.
Good. Let's go with that.
Like understated as in it's already stated somewhere? Or like... Actually, no. We got skill points here. Go. Go. I was saying before as well, J'aimez-vous might be the thought that I was confusing we just put in there. I was thinking of one of them giving you more experience just by clicking on like the orbs, and I think J'aimez-vous might be that. I do remember actual art degree being a good one. I do remember this being a really good thought to have. Well, I guess we'll see. We're eventually going to get, maybe not all of these, but we're gonna go for it. The shit compressor, we might have to, I don't really want to put too much into endurance. Like 3 hits, we're good, right? 2 is fine, because that way you don't get insta-killed by anything.
NA. Next.
Date of birth.
NA.
Age.
Roughly 50.
Try 40. The damage is so extensive, it's better to err on the young side.
I'm going to write about 42.
He nods.
Race.
Mondial.
Fair to olive-skinned, from the Isola of Mwindi. This is as vague as it gets. You might as well say whitish.
Write it down.
The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial nor anything other.
Sex.
Fucky, fucky!
Little monster exclaims energetically.
Male.
Pigs can have sex?
Right fucky fucky. Right male. Right pig's gonna have sex.
Nor does he look male, with his
Oh my
pregnant
God.
belly and indistinguishable face.
Date of death.
We're still going with March 4th. 51.
Right 04, 03, 51.
What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the same as the coroner's case.
He can't see my book from over there, though. Anyway.
HDB 41 0803.1015 listens, motionless, with the cargo belt still around his neck. Only one box remains.
Evidence of treatment.
None. At least not after the initial examination.
What exactly is treatment, anyway?
Interfering with the body's position or wounds post-mortem.
I'm not so sure.
A silent nod. The lieutenant places his gloved hand on the corpse's chest, as if in preparation. Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from pre-DeLorean burial rites. It takes him 2 seconds to perform. Then,
We should start the post-mortem.
Turn the page.
the corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on red copier paper tries to answer why.
Tell me something, dead man.
Shoot, Looney Rooney.
Which was it that killed you then? Love or communism?
Huh?
You said love killed you, but when you fell down, you said it was communism.
You're misquoting me, Rooney. I said communism killed me. Love did me in.
You really need to learn the difference, buddy. This is embarrassing.
Come back later, Corpo.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodine, I think. Let's see.
He turns the body onto its side to check the underwear label.
See, it's happening.
Babrodine, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more lurid.
The boots are ceramic. Vitreous enamel. They are fused to his skin from blood flowing downward post-mortem. Removal of the boots is left for processing. The boot has a serial number. It's E50.100.100. The lines between the plates are in the shape of the alphanumerical. The number is purposefully concealed by the design. Tattoos.
He stands up, feet planted on either side of his body, or the body.
The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo, resembling a national pattern. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings, to be added to the case files as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene, using a Trigat Mini. The deceased has a belt for airlifting cargo around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color yellow. Length 3 meters. There is a buckle on the other end. Well nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age 42. Preservation is good. Distribution is consistent with the age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short.
Touch the corpse's hair before moving on, but I don't have gloves.
His hair feels wet, soaked with rain, cold to touch. Not that different from a living person after a swim.
Stroke his hair.
The stench is suffocating. Strands of dark brown hair start sticking to your hand, like thread off a ragdoll's head.
I'm good. You know what? I'm good. Once when we play the game, like opting into the fascist path, I'm gonna be a lot more creepy and weird. I mean, honestly, either fascist or liberal. We could play like the deranged cop, doing the really weird shit. But for this first playthrough, I want it to be a little bit more genuine, I guess. And boring, perhaps, but even so.
Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs. Consistent with stones thrown post-mortem. Low velocity.
Fucking low velocity? You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max. Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest. Consistent with predation.
Write down, but amend for high velocity.
Ligature mark.
The lieutenant produces a small folding knife, with the other hand pulling on the belt. He starts cutting into the polyester. The stench is horrid. After a while, it's obvious the material cannot be cut.
The steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature mark.
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters.
Oh yeah, I'm prepared. Pet the chain
The
cutters.
hanged man lets out a joyous little bubble of rot from his nose.
Because then we got these chain cutters.
Always good to think ahead. Now,
He points to the rope squeezing the dead man's neck.
we need to cut the belt to see the ligature mark below. Carefully, with as much precision as you can.
See, my pig is gonna fuck his head off.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
Oh no.
The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck, swelling over
Shit.
the edges like white bread rising
Shit.
from the east.
Shit. Shit. Ugh. Why physical instrument? I hate physical checks. Ugh. Here we go. Fingers crossed, everyone.
You jam the cutters right under the knot. That seems like a smart idea. Yeah, somewhere there. Already they're buried deep in the man's flesh. Then you rotate them to get a better hold. Then
How could he
the
fuck?
lieutenant looks by, somewhat worried as you summon power words to your aid. A really, really bad smell is coming from there now. And
Yeah, fuck it!
Told you my pig was hardcore.
I should have a go first. I think I have a strategy.
he
Yeah.
sinks the cutters into the knot, preparing to perform the cuts, with his elbow to his knee for precision. Snap. The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck and the dark red ligature mark around it.
Here.
Hands you the chain cutter's back and then kneels closer to the body, running his finger along the dark red groove until he comes to a gap.
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck, on the nape. Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters. Chest is intact, normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant, pelvis intact, genitalia.
Oh boy.
No! Let's get up and see!
I fucking knew it!
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury.
The dead man's penis is average size,
Oh no.
congested from the downward collection of blood. The testicles are uneven in length, hanging underneath. The genitalia is greenish. Marbling is present around the crotch.
Jesus.
Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip. In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count, covering about 30% of his skin.
From wounds sustained over 2, maybe more decades, dispersal and accumulation indicates long and active combat duty.
The scarring's extensive, way more than a law official's.
We have a real museum here. Of battles, wars. Last item, hands.
Hi, Logan. How am I today? I'm doing okay. Stream was delayed a little bit because I was experimenting with how well it was going to go, because I let my brother's Xbox contest the internet a little bit just to see what would happen, and he asked me to update his Call of Duty for him, so I obliged and wanted to see what would happen. Wanted to experiment early on before he came home and messed up anything. So I'm doing good. I love this game. Yeah. I always have a lot of fun. There's a lot of reading, but it's a good practice, right? It's you know, it's like a book, right? RPG too. Yeah. This is my New Vegas. A lot of people like New Vegas for what it is, and I really like this game. How are you doing? Last item, hands. Takes the man's right hand in his, inspects it. Was only the hand. I'm gonna leave him alone.
Hands are clean. No sign of a recent struggle.
Were we expecting any?
I was. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Honestly, this stench is making it hard for me to think at the moment.
Write it down.
Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next?
Exquisite voice direction, by the way. That his actor actually did that. It's really cool. Turns to the side to breathe. It's not enough. He buries his face in the sleeve of his jacket.
Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
Of course, there is a moral to be drawn from it. A moral to this story.
What would that be?
The dead man looks, too, with barely contained excitement to hear the moral of his story.
The brain is very vulnerable to compromises in its blood
I
supply.
think that may well be the moral of every story, officer.
All right, NA.
Good. Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth, not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's see.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it, gently. A rotting smell erupts from the mouth.
Jesus.
Purge fluid runs down his lips, black and viscous.
Yeah, jack that fucker off!
Ew.
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarkable.
I'm gonna be watching this as I do my homework, so I'll try to text and chat as much as I can. Don't worry about it. I mean, I appreciate knowing that you're here lurking. Lurking is good and appreciated. I'm happy to see you here today. It's been a while.
Respiratory system.
Back hunched as if in prayer, he begins to pry open the dead man's jaws. He stops to exert more force. Both hands are used.
Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen. Hemorrhaging present in mucosa of the lips and mouth.
Look inside the dead man's mouth.
No scream, no sigh of relief rises from the darkness inside. It's humid there. Sickly sweet air, unlike anything living. You feel like you're about to throw up again, straight in that mouth.
Oh, man. Oh, God.
It's hard. Once more, you taste stomach acid in the back of your throat. A contraction. Your throat pumps a little something from your stomach and into your mouth. You're forced to swallow, just to keep looking. Inside, you see darkness. Just a mess of meat and darkness.
This game's narration is practically like ASMR at some points. If you're gonna be lurking while listening.
Hemorrhaging present in mucus. Hepatobiliary, NA.
Why? Don't we have anything?
Are you a hepatobiliary expert?
No.
Same for toxicology and serology, NA.
Both?
Unless you have untapped reservoirs of knowledge there?
Reservoirs? No, but do they take obscure trivia and odd tidbits?
Completionist in me wonders if there's something we could still do.
Like a toxicology screening? At this stage, I doubt processing will find anything, even if he was brimming with cocaine. But still, you should add a request.
Write NA and add toxicology requested.
Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet, and neck. Hypostasis is visually consistent with the hanging. Gastrointestinal.
Breathes a sigh of approaching relief. This is the last field on the list. He looks around to the ground, the pool of feces there.
This will do.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila.
Touches the corpse's bloated lower abdomen, briefly. Keep the voila.
What's next on the list?
Description of injuries. Summary.
Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too.
What about the injuries we have inflicted?
Oh, so we inflicted them?
Okay, I have inflicted.
Okay, so there's an incision on the thorax from a chain cutter. I wouldn't mention it. Better not to muddy the waters.
It's not sloppy.
Be pedantic if you like, it doesn't matter. No one else is going to investigate this man's murder. And if they do, such details would only confuse them.
See? These pigs are fucking corrupt.
Boy nods approvingly.
Why don't you fuck him if you love him so much?
Huh?
Now, injuries.
What did I write down? I guess we don't know. Bite marks.
Head, chest, and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. Odontologist does not need to be consulted. And your opinion, officer?
Beneath the description, there are 2 boxes waiting to be ticked. Non-fatal post-mortem.
Agreed. Next injury?
Contusions.
So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator on the scene has confessed to causing it post-mortem.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones have hit the dead man. Beneath, the description of injury. 2 boxes.
Non-fatal post-mortem.
Right. Next?
What's the 4th injury field for?
Nothing. Just in case. A dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured, the cervical column intact. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter. No signs of clawing on the neck.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring around his neck is visible.
Right, the ligature mark from the hanging. Dark red abrasure ligature mark encircling the neck with a gap on the nape measuring 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone was fractured, the cervical column intact. The hemorrhaging in the skin above. No signs of clawing on the neck. I'm serious. I don't think that was the injury that killed him.
Okay. Why don't you think it was fatal?
Why weren't his hands tied? A big man like this, I would tie his hands when marching him to the gallows?
Honestly, I'm not sure there weren't marks on his wrist. That part got blurry for me. The stench. But you're right, I was ready to call this. Now I think we should leave it empty, at least for the time being. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over.
First, how did it go?
It was an irregular field autopsy. We did not establish cause of death, which is supposed to be the goal of an autopsy. But, personally, I do not see this as a parameter for success.
Right.
We also requested a toxicological screening. That was thorough. The results should arrive in a couple of weeks, if we are lucky. I will not hold my breath.
You've been doing nothing but holding your breath up to this point.
We were thorough with the list of injuries, too. We described them all in detail. What is there to say? Given the circumstances, it was a professional field autopsy.
What now?
I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg.
What about a copy of the autopsy page?
For processing.
Looks at the dead man one more time, then at the slip of red paper in his hand, and then at the corpse again.
You tilt your head, also looking at the corpse. I'm sure we didn't get everything. There's always something.
It's a white check. Because of Long Lonesome Road, or Lone Road, or whatever it's called. Lonesome long way home. We can keep putting points into perception. Let's try it. 8%.
You run your hands over the victim's cold body, his limbs, his torso with its swollen organs. Maybe you should be more thorough.
No.
The corpse seems to yawn contentedly, as though it's glad you've run out of steam.
Do you think we missed something?
Yes, there's something we're not seeing.
Okay, well, we are in livor mortis here. He is disintegrating. We need to refrigerate the body if we want to conduct another examination, and we need to do it fast.
Where do we find a fridge for the
It
body?
would have to be industrial in size. Let's start by asking Gart at the Whirling in Rags. and the Fritz store down at the gates. If they don't know, but only if all else fails.
This case settles on
Fuck
Kuno.
are you looking at, Beano, man? You want a piece of the Kuno? Wanna get fucked?
Only if all else fails.
Kuno looks like he gets around. Knows Martinez. And its fridges too, probably. Or, remember the buttons on that intercom over there? On the side of the building next to the whirling? One was for Revachol Ice City. Perhaps it's a clue.
That's right. Good catch, Logic.
This is one task we cannot sideline. With every hour, whatever we are looking for will become harder to find.
Good point. Okay. Here we go. It's still before 21. So we're gonna go. Right? Right? You can still can, right? Okay, good. See, I wanted to, before we explored the doomed financial district,
You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost, and the bear's eyes are glowing red. The bear looks oddly realistic. Is it taxidermy?
crack open the door.
A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. This is the inside of a refrigerator. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his gun.
Relax, Kim. It's a fridge.
Of course, just a giant ice bear-shaped fridge.
Relax his hand, his face bathed in the harsh light of the open fridge
Let's
door.
take a look inside.
The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. The fridge is huge.
Kim, this is the fridge. This fridge looks perfect for the corpse. You don't have to ask around anymore.
It's certainly an eccentric choice, but it is big enough. And cold enough too.
Your visual confirms you could fit 2 more bodies in the ice bear fridge.
Shall we go and get the body then? I'll take the head, you take the feet. The stairs won't be easy, but we'll manage.
Okay, let's do this.
The body is heavier than you expected and stinkier. It takes half an hour to get the body, then 10 more to stuff it into the fridge. The lieutenant takes a step back to admire your handiwork.
Beautiful. A dead body in an ice bear fridge. This is some of the best police work I've ever done.
You have created an ice bear sarcophagus.
Behold, we have created an ice bear sarcophagus.
Talk of the ice bear sarcophagus must not leave this room.
Fair enough. I think this is a glorious achievement and people need to hear about it. We did our best with the means at our disposal.
Did we though? Okay, maybe we did. At least we've stopped the body from decomposing further. Now you can conduct another inspection under controlled circumstances.
Inside the icy realm of the ice bear fridge, the corpse stands slumped, waiting.
Shoot, Looney Rooney.
How do you like it in the fridge?
I like it a lot, brother. This really is your finest hour. You're a genius. A regular Corporal Angelo. Come back later, Corpo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If
You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door.
And one of the ice cream
A
wrappers in
friendly
there.
cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper. It looks nothing like the fridge or the decomposing body in it.
What's a giant bear-shaped fridge doing in an abandoned cellar in the first place?
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge.
Tanner reaches for one of the wrappers, studies it in the light. So they tried to sell ice cream from this hyper carnivore?
I know. What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
The lieutenant points at the red snaky cable running from
The
the fridge.
electricity bill must be catastrophic. On the other hand, it did help us with a certain corpse situation.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from above. A voice or several voices talking to each other. Near the smoke chamber, upstairs.
What are you doing?
Lieutenant asks when he sees you climb halfway inside the furnace. I hear the murderer of the hanged man talking. Not sure, Kim, but I think I can hear someone talking upstairs.
Wait, really? We should investigate, see if someone's upstairs.
Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths. The chatter of tiny voices above suddenly cease. Then,
You hear a woman's voice answer. If I failed that physical instrument check, my character, he yelps. He's like, and you don't hear anything, but this is the police. Who's there?
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the second floor. I'll open it.
you hear a low rumble upstairs. The sound of a curtain being pulled aside.
After you, officer. Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. It's connected to the chimney.
He opens the door and gingerly peeks inside.
No one has used it in ages. No signs of any recent fire. Only dead rats.
And both of these are almost done. Flashlight casts a strange shadow. There's a hidden doorway here. Two rusty rifles are hidden above the piping. They look inoperable.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
Where are we?
Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period. Look at all those rifles. Must be an old weapons cache.
He points up at the rifles under the ceiling. Look, there's a hole in the wall. Shine light on the hidden
There is,
compartment.
yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take a look?
Okay, I do.
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs. Rummaging around, you find rusty rifles hidden away.
Rifles, Kim.
Are these any good?
Most of them are rusty and inoperable, like the rest. But one catches your eye. A bolt-action model with a fine wood stock, in better cosmetic order than the others.
This one looks nice.
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still a beautiful thing in its own way.
What does this mean? A rifle here.
It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez. It's an interesting coincidence, I would say. Might come in useful in the future.
He likes this find.
Me too.
A few bricks have fallen off.
Never mind. Someone has stuck some busted guns beneath the ceiling.
Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby. Something close to you dies with a soft electric purr.
Why did you do that?
It's black. It's not like it's the red one. Oh my god. It's black, the color of immeasurable cosmos. I don't know. I do things without any reason.
The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything. The electric distribution board now has one cable missing.
Insane mesh tank top. Where'd you get that one? No, really. Who put it in that drawer? For the comments, we're at your own risk.
Yes?
What to do now?
I can't believe it's snowing again. It felt like springtime just a few days ago. Like, gone?
Girl repeats, her face beaming with appreciation. Send to processing in the morgue.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you, officer. Looks like I'll get mint in the ground by April.
Welcome to Rivachol.
Racist lorry driver. Perfect. I wanted to see what the union strike was all about before the time passed too much. Why are you addressing my partner like that?
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors came to this island a mere 300 years ago. Every school of thought and government has failed in this city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you.
You tell him.
It's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this post-war limbo.
So we are in a limbo.
Oh, come on, man. I just said welcome to Rivachol. It's a lorry driver thing.
Huh.
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here, that I should watch myself and behave. But you see, I'm an officer of the RCM. It's actually my job to make sure You behave.
Nice.
I would advise you to remember that.
Silence. The air between them becomes tense. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
Fucking A, Kim. I've got your back. Give Lieutenant a punch on the shoulder.
You do make a cute couple. You know that?
The lieutenant exhales and resumes his regular calmness.
Now that that's settled, we have a couple questions.
Whatever you say, officers.
He waits impassively, cigarette smoldering between his
He
fingers.
smells of heavy motor oils and his breath of high tar content cigarettes, probably Astra Whites.
Found this mug in the trash. Yours?
Oh man, that's great. Look at that guy go. Haven't seen anything that funny in a while. God damn. Thanks for that, but no, it's not mine.
He doesn't live in Martinez.
Martinez is like a specific part of Revachol. Gotcha. I was gonna say it would be really ironic if he was being racist to Kim for being new to Revachol, even if this asshole didn't live in Revachol. Like, to Kim's point about the ancestry. What was that argument all about? I mean, I don't want to ask that. I know what it was about.
It's about biological determinism, natural law, the sorting of the races. Not the most popular topic nowadays, with the coalition in charge and all. You might want to change the topic. That is, bury your head under the sand like common sheep.
God, just like... Someone has to be the unpopular guy. Ugh, this is gonna be... I'm gonna be so fucking disgusted with myself when I play the game like this. Oh, so you're just a racist.
I'm
Makes
not
sense.
just racist. Look, I've read books. Huh? The science of racial theory has all been proved, even if some people don't want to accept it. People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design. So, naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. Obviously, you can see the merits in that.
Is Occidental supposed to be like Anglo-Saxon of this world? Is that what this asshole's getting at? Okay, what else have you thought of? Yes, I can really tell you're a prime example of superior design. Yes, I can really tell. Okay, tone indicators, especially in games that are so heavy in text like this. Tone indicators are important. If I was writing this dialogue, I'd put a /S is what I would do.
Open your eyes. Haven't you noticed something different lately? An unfortunate downturn, maybe? Huh? When members of the superior race cease to believe in their innate superiority, they stop competing for resources.
Yeah, what's the problem with...
And the other intruders species too. They're on the precipice of cultural victory.
This is the thing with capitalism. It makes... People are so tragically competitive over made-up fucking constructs. It's so ridiculous. I love how direct this game is. With, like, in criticizing this shit. By depicting it. But it's not even unrealistic enough for it to even count as satire. You're just, like, depicting a racist. And having this racist run his fucking mouth about his nonsense. This is the sort of thing Life is Strange would never have the balls to do. They'd want to do it, right? But they'd rather just... And I like Life is Strange for this. They'd rather just have, like, the sort of passive, cozy, lo-fi positivity focusing on people of, like, different groups, right? Social minority groups, right? Like, I'm thinking of most of the cast of Double Exposure, because we played that game recently. And all the main characters you talk with all the time, I love them for that. Because the game takes the time to just hang out with them. Have them be their own characters and, you know, not have those characters be defined by their relation to a system of oppression. Like, that shit's refreshing too in its own way. But, well, not even a but just like, and and then there's this. It's the other side of that criticism. It's good. It's all good. I like both of those games' approach. I think I prefer Disco Elysium's a little bit because it feels a bit more mature, feels a bit more learned. But they're both good. I like both of them.
Cultural victory? What is this then?
Wait, what's this cultural victory?
It's what the kips of Boogie Street are going for, right under our noses. And the others too, on the radio. Heard any chansons lately? Heard any mojitos or leader? No. Dominating culture is how they plan to win. They say so themselves.
But it's not a competition. No, see, I can't even humor this guy's logic. It doesn't make any fucking sense. This is like talking to a racist in real life.
It's true. Also, you need to realize the dangers of mixing races. Who knows what might happen if people don't stay in their birthplace? You might end up with a new sub-race, with unknown characteristics, leading to extra competition. That's why you've got to control the offspring.
Yeah, I'm not down with this. Why don't you go fuck yourself?
Don't push your luck, runt.
Gives you a disgusted look, then turns his attention elsewhere, ignoring your presence. Sure.
Actual art degree. Trite, contrived, mediocre, milquetoast, amateurish.
Oh, these are the adjectives that we came up with.
Cliche and gonorrhea-ridden peon to conformism. I fucked me. Affront to humanity. War crime. Should literally be tried for war crimes. Resolutely shit. Lacking in imagination. Uninformed reimagining of. Lip-wristed. Premature. Ill-informed attempt at. Talentless fuckfest. Recidivistic shit peddler. Pedantic. Listless. Savagely boring. Just one repulsive laugh after another.
Bro. This very long worded paragraph just described my whole life. Hand-eye coordination is down by 1. Oh, fuck. Holy shit, that's what it was. I knew the art degree one was crazy. So, I mean, you can see there, conceptualization passives give me free morale heals, and I already have a lot of heals, so that'd be a problem anyway, and I get 10 experience every single time conceptualization speaks up. And my intellect is high, and there's nothing inhibiting my conceptualization, so that's going to keep happening. I mean, if that happens once, we're going to be popping off. So, yeah, that's going to add up, and I'm going to like that a lot. As long as we stick to the communist dialogue as well, we're going to be getting a lot more experience soon as we be doing this stuff. So. Let me take out the tear bag. Just to see what stuff is out and about. We're gonna head into the Freed store.
The tear machine stands in the corner. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle. You're a richer man now.
To promote recycling is nice.
Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something. Everything is out on the shelves.
What's that magazine she's reading?
So cool. Before we go on, what is this Frit?
I don't know. Frit?
Why is it written with 3 T's?
I think they think that the extra T makes it funkier. It doesn't.
The story goes that normal Fritta, with 2 T's, a men's workwear shop in Vredefort, was already taken. So when Fritta Retail Inc. grew into a multinational corporation, they had to add an extra letter to avoid trademark infringement.
That sounds about right.
You mean this?
She looks at the cover boasting a colorful photo of 2 girls kissing.
This is Pop Stars. It's got, like, famous people in it. It's not for sale.
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34. This speaks to you.
Stupid famous people. I approve of this. Very futuristic. Tap on the girls kissing. Well, that's a bit odd and invasive of her space. The magazine, yeah, well.
She pops her raspberry-flavored bubblegum and nods. Her shoulders tense. She shuffles back only slightly. Bewilderment and repulsion root her in place.
Oh, with me? Oh.
The lieutenant frowns at you before turning to the clerk with an apologetic half-smile.
Oh. See, god damn it, I didn't want to make anyone uncomfortable. See, shit, that's exactly how it goes, isn't it? God damn it. Nah, we'll just leave her alone for now. I want to see if I can talk to the union guys before I gotta go. So, what did the ledger do again? Inland Empire goes up, is that what it was? Oh, that's what it is. Inland Empire. Inland Empire and Empathy go up by 1. Authority go down by 2. That's not bad. I don't really want authority to be down that much.
Bastards! We have a right to work!
The man yells towards the harbor gates. His voice is the loudest of the lot, and oddly screechy for a man of his size. What's going on here?
Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
A broad-shouldered alpha male turns to you. He's a full head taller than everybody else here.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down.
No.
Good. We're fighting for a cause here. Right to work! Right to work! Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence.
Strike breakers? You mean you're the strikers, aren't you? What kind of a cause are we talking about?
Rights of people. Rights of workers. To have gainful employment. To make a salary. And feed their families.
Regardless, I have some questions for you.
Maybe you should ask them the questions. Like, why we're not allowed to make a living here. Shame on you! We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
Points his finger at the man sitting on the railing.
So do we, Scott.
Loitering man hollers in return. Where are all these strikebreakers?
Honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful, not toys for corporate interests.
Man runs a hand through a steadily graying military haircut.
We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If union fucks don't want work, they ought to let in those who do want work.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were given a job to do! When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, decide to block honest work for other people.
Wait, these aren't the strikers? These are strike breakers. But these are the workers. These people are breaking up the strikes. But this guy looks like he's striking. I'm so confused. Who's he yelling at then? He's yelling at the higher ups, right? But the higher ups wouldn't be the ones striking, right? What do strikers want?
Beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights, while we have the right to work!
So, these people don't want the work unions? Like, you're striking, like you're counter-striking. Happening here? That shit doesn't... That must happen in real life some places, but like, I've never heard of that happening.
There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks vaguely mismatched. The different pieces of the attire seem ill-fitting.
What does that mean?
His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls, held up by a belt, seem to fit a man with much more corpulence.
You wearing new clothes?
He ignores your question, choosing instead to turn to the emaciated workers, raising both fists in the air. The clothes are obviously not his. Silence is the answer. There's something off here, but he won't say what.
Good catch. The way this shit is worded sometimes is just it's so awesome.
You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this guy. Ask him where he's from.
Yeah, I gotta ask, where exactly are you from?
What's it to you?
Deep-set suspicion drips from every syllable. Routine? Part of the investigation?
Am I a suspect? Done no crimes. I only fight for the rights of people.
Every once in a while, it's like you can see glimpses of another guy under the guise of this fighter for jobs. He seems a more brutal, cunning, and suspicious person. Just a hunch. Or you just might be paranoid.
Already got that. I'm interested in your background.
We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill.
A bouncer? Where? I frequent a lot of bars. Maybe it's one I know.
Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell?
Never heard of it. Lying?
We're done here. I have a strike to break.
Squints at you, a spark of violence gutters in his eyes.
Jamais vu. Derealization. Jamais vu. The opposite of déjà vu. Not already seen, but never seen. Everything that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the feeling you've been having. And for who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about this. What world are we in? This is a fundamental question.
There's a lot of green orbs. So 1 experience for everyone adds up. Especially if the Mazovian socioeconomics gives us 4, it balances out to an even 5 for every 1 green orb that we collect. So the communist dialogue option has given us 4 experiences, not so bad. If we have now a 3rd alternative means of getting experience aside from just doing tasks and, like, you know, passive experience that we get from figuring stuff out for the investigation.
Scab?
Asks a man with jolly eyes, tilting his head. So, let me get this straight. The scabs are protesting, like they're breaking up the striking of the workers of the harbor because the workers are refusing to work, I guess. And then everyone's getting punished for that. So then the scabs don't want to be punished for work that they're content to do already. I guess. Is that what's happening? I remember this game was difficult to wrap my head around before. If I had actually had more experience as a worker, it probably wouldn't be the case, but I guess we'll see. What exactly is a scab?
A kind of a worm, content with mere survival. They come, they want to do our job for shittier pay, screwing over both themselves and us. Everybody loses.
Hold on, where did they all come from?
Beats me. Somewhere in the ground, I think.
Want to do our job for shittier pay? I don't really like the divisive language there, but I know what he means.
Gotta be bloody stupid or freaking evil to scab. Or I guess scared, maybe. But scared of what? Of who?
He looks at the mask, squinting his eyes as if trying to ascertain what they're scared of.
Personally, I'd rather beg than scab. If the gentleman shouting on the street came begging, maybe they'd have gotten something.
Beg for what? For what their demands are? It's better than begging, come on.
Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. These scabs ain't begging. They ain't holding on to their integrity.
I'm not a scab, I'm a cop.
I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop scab.
His smile deepens his wrinkles even more.
Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, "Let us cop for less money." Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the Wild North? Come to see the strife?
I need to get past the gates and speak with your boss.
Oh. Good, good. What matters do you want to discuss with Everard?
I can't disclose any details of an ongoing case.
So mysterious. So intriguing. Either way, the road in front of you is wide and open.
Does this mean you can let me through the gate?
I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a granter of passage. The passage grants itself.
If it's all so simple, why don't the strikebreakers just go up the stairs?
That's simple? I just walk in?
Aye. Walk right past Measurehead and go in.
Past Measurehead?
Yeah, the 2.5 meter tall Semini supremacist there. Walk right past him.
Right.
Then press the button to unlock the door.
Aha.
Then go past him again.
Okay.
And enter the arbor through the office. Está.
So you're saying it's actually quite difficult.
Don't worry, I'm sure it's not completely impossible. For example, you could best measure head in a physical confrontation, or you could convert to a Semini supremacist worldview. Or, maybe it actually is completely impossible.
Has anyone here ever bested him in a physical confrontation?
Not yet, no. He's incredibly strong.
Has any of the scabs tried converting to his worldview?
Jean-Luc himself would say the philosophy has proven overly heroic for the scabs to convert to. Not enough intuition.
So being a Seminese supremacist is too heroic for them. Really?
Sure.
Man whistles a jaunty tune, the wind rustling his whiskers. I'm short on money right now. Can you give me some of it?
Sure thing, my friend. I can help you out.
The coin narrowly slips by your outstretched fingers and falls to the ground.
Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to throw it like that. It's a thing we harbor folk do, passing around cargo and such. Was not meant as provocation or ridicule.
The boyadero stares at you with respect, then gestures towards the trickles of blood adorning your clothes.
What? Huh? What are you talking about? That's not happening. Lieutenant Katari picks up the coin and hands it to you. Appreciate it.
Right, always glad to help out the RCM. We're on the same branch, you and I. Humans, I mean, not slithering scabs.
What's the strike about, anyway?
You know, serious business. I'm sure the big boss will be glad to tell you. You'll have to ask him first.
Feels like he's hinting at something, but you're too hungover or dumb to understand right now.
What's happening? What's happening? I can't move. I'm trying to talk to him. Shit. That's frustrating. Huh? Huh? What? Why? That was how long it took for a... Huh? That's how long it took for a... Okay, holy shit. Okay, well, we're gonna be fucking speedrunning, I guess. Holy shit. Oh my god. Ugh. Why do video games video game? Why do we do this? Like, why do people do this? Well, yeah, I'm just gonna be blasting through this. Dang it. I'll just leave the union stuff next time, or I'll try not to exceed 22 o'clock, or 10 o'clock, I guess it would be.
You see, the bear looks oddly realistic. The lieutenant doesn't answer. A gust of freezing cold air. The lieutenant takes a peek.
Of course. Let's take a look in.
The shelves are empty. All you see
I am just going to...
You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door.
It's certain.
Your visual confirmed.
Shall we go and...
The body
We're just gonna...
is heavier than you expected and stinkier. It takes half an hour to get down to the basement. Then 10 more minutes to stuff it into the fridge. The lieutenant takes a step back to admire your handiwork.
Beautiful. A dead body in a nice bare fridge. This is some of the best police work I've ever done.
You have created an ice bear sarcophagus.
Talk of the ice bear sarcophagus. Did we? At least we.
Inside the icy realm
Or
of
just
the ice bear.
shoot blasting through
like
this.
it a lot, brother. Come back later, Corpo. Amuse yourself with my Frank.
A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy.
Good question. I know. What is even. The electricity bill must be catastrophic.
A few bricks have fallen off.
Seems like an old. There is, yes.
Your hand reaches deep. Most of them are.
That's a rare sight. Seems to not. It means there are.
He likes this fight.
I had misinterpreted the thing.
Two cables up.
The
Two cables are plugged. Something.
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant
I misinterpreted because of the military time. I hadn't realized what time it was. When I had done that. So now we're gonna let her know that the body's gone.
I can't believe it felt like springtime. Like, gone? I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Welcome to Revachol.
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. Every school of thought and government has failed in the city. It's men like you who keep Revachol divided.
Oh, come on, man.
I know exactly. But you see.
Silence. Your partner needs backup.
You two make a.
The lieutenant exhales.
Whatever you say, officers. God.
He doesn't live in Martinez.
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on your ass situation.
How long has this been going on then?
The strike? Oh, they've been at it for a while. A month. 2 months, maybe. But this here is just the last week or so. Apples.
Apples?
Yeah, apples. I take it you had other questions?
He's given you the runaround. Let's be honest, you were bested.
It's about biological determinism, natural law, the sorting of the race. Not the most popular topic nowadays, with the coalition in charge and all. I'm not... People who've studied these things say that you... And open your eyes. Haven't you noticed something different lately?
The problem...
Cultural victory? What is...
It's what the keeps of... It's true. Also, you need to realize that
how about you go fuck yourself?
Push your luck, runt.
Actual art degree. Trite. Contrived.
I kind of want to hear this all again, but it's already up there. I want to kind of get through this a little bit. Let's head into the store, drop off the things.
The tear machine. Your bottles.
Bastard! Hold. You here to fuck with us? Good. Besides, we're not.
I love this guy's voice, by the way.
Rights of people. Rights of work. Maybe you we have.
So do we, Scott.
Have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gates. Why you want to meet that fat asshole?
I'm interviewing people about a murder that took place here, behind the hostel cafeteria there.
I know nothing about a murder.
His reply is snappy and terse. Absolutely
Wouldn't put it
nothing.
past these harbor bugs. They'd do anything to stay alive. Right to work! It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring backup. Open up the gates for us. Blockading gainful employment for workers is a crime.
Really isn't my area of
We are not
expertise.
picking a side in this just yet, sir. Pity.
Let us work! Honest men and women, we came here to...
I have a question.
You think they follow because I'm big? When a bunch of them beats me.
There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks vaguely mismatched. His shirt is far too small, and he ignores your question. Silence is the answer. You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this guy.
What's it to you?
Curiosity. Or routine, part of the investigation.
Am I a suspect? Done no crimes. I only fight for the rights of people.
Every once in a while, it's like you can see glimpses of another guy under the guise of this fighter for jobs.
We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain. Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell? We're done here.
Jamais vu. Derealization. Jamais vu. The opposite of déjà vu.
Bow collector might be done too.
There it is again.
Let's interact
Scent
with
of
this.
apricots
Just
with a
to pull
touch of
shit.
cinnamon. Smells like the end of some distant summer. The surface of another planet. Or some ancient temple.
I'm gonna quick save. Just in case anything really shitty happens again.
There it is again. The
Ancient temple.
From the height of antiquity. A long, long time ago. Millennia ago. On an island of time you can never return to.
Marvel Hill. End of summer?
The sun sets into the sea, but the water does not boil. Instead, it turns to liquid gold. For a moment, the world's store of precious metals seems to increase dramatically, and you are rich. There is a movement next to you. The shuffle of a small coat, warm like the evening. But when you turn toward it, there's nothing there.
Where did it go?
Why are you talking to a gum wrapper?
Take a deep, deep breath.
Bitter, citrus, sweet. It seems to grow stronger, like a glow, with every breath you take. Whatever petrochemical byproducts they used to create this artificial flavor have bonded tightly to the wrapper. Or is that just your memory filling the gaps? Until a blossom of skin and flower petals erupts behind your closed eyes. Made of toffee, cream, and distance. You just had to take a dive.
Skin and flower petals. Obviously about his wife. He wants to remember her. You found a trace of entity who's been stalking you across the plains. The Gloomstalker, the conglomeration, the shadowy organization behind your downfall. Possibly connected to the dreaded X something. Granted, it is impossible to determine its true identity, but you can remember where you first smelled its treachery. Yes, use the Tutti Frutti gum wrapper. Reconstruct the day you first breathed in her untrustworthy atoms. Now I quick save.
Scab?
I'm not a scab. Sorry about that. I'm not a scab. I'm
I
a
was
cop.
just messing with you. Imagine, Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the Wild North? Sure
For
thing, my
money.
friend.
Gotcha.
The coin lands into your hand as if it has always belonged there. The swallow returns.
Appreciate it.
Always glad to help out the RCM. Shame I can't do more. Things are meager at the moment due to...
Nods towards the protesters. So I like how because there wasn't a material difference, like I just get the 1 coin from Manana. I get the experience rather than any more like currency or any flavor text or anything. It's nice.
You know, the winter's fat is slowly running out and all. Still better than scabbing though.
Union has problems getting by?
Nothing to worry about really. The jam's a bit of a mess, cargo can't get in or out. The rationing is a bit stricter is all. Supplies should last the strike though.
A little bit helps, you know.
I'm always glad to help out when possible. Not like these slithering scabs.
I'll strike about anyway.
You know, serious business. I'm sure the big boss will be glad to tell you. You'll have to ask him first.
Feels like he's hinting at something, but you're too hungover or dumb to understand right now.
Wait, my rhetoric's low? From items? And then from thoughts. Let's try that again.
You know,
he's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike too. Just can't break the command structure and tell you now.
Need to get past the gate to speak with your boss.
Oh. Good, good. What matters do you want to discuss with Everard?
I can't disclose any details of an ongoing case.
I don't open...
If it's all so simple.
Aye. Yeah, the two... Then press the button, then go past him and you enter the arbor through the office. Don't worry, I'm sure. Or you could convert to a Semini supremacist worldview. Or... Maybe... Not yet, no. Jean-Luc himself would... Sure.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year.
I haven't paid the cafeteria manager for damages yet.
I should take care of that then.
I don't have the money.
Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the streets. We'll figure something out.
Let's see what the bow collector is.
It's early in the morning. The world is dark blue. The sparks light her face. A delicate composition of triangles. The streets seem to grow longer, like in a dolly zoom. And there's something in the air as you stand there and wave back at the shapes growing smaller and smaller. Something that has always been there. A great see-through world. The tenderness you feel. The ghost of Revachol between you, carrying your signals. The holy messenger.
What a... Nice. Shit, that's a strong one. So in definitively remembering a happy memory of... He was like waving his wife goodbye, I guess? For some business trip or something? There's having like a flat base increase to anything is cool. The shivers passive checks are so I mean I'm cold all the time, so I get goosebumps no matter what happens, but that's awesome. Like I was gonna say, like I might get like goosebumps or something, but that's cool. So what shivers is at a 5. So the spirit of this, I'm more in tune with the spirit of Revachol. Okay. We'll leave Measurehead for later. Oh. Huh? There we go. It says GRIH, the Greater Revachol Industrial Harbor. Always probably stored fuel here. Now they store booze.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine is well kept for such an old machine. The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings, stickers, insignia.
What kind of stickers and insignia?
The driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor, strength, and purity are glued to various panels. A large metal pendant hangs from the rear view mirror. The pendant features a sun crowned with wavy rays. It is the seal of Royalist era Revachol.
So the equivalent of the Confederate flag, I suppose. Like, yeah. Sounds about right.
The back end of the cabin is a small perch to sleep. Large ashtrays. There are several suns and wheels sewn into the curtains. A book with ragged edges catches your notice. The front cover features a large, muscular man. The title reads, Man from Eamdal in the Lost City of the Pygmies.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy.
Lieutenant Nodsworth's a racist lorry driver. This lorry belongs to our tough guy?
Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
Negotiating with Gart. Foreign car kept in good condition. Yeah, there's like coins there. I didn't. I guess I should investigate all these things now. Goods from the lorry haphazardly litter the surroundings. So did you catch a glimpse of Union paraphernalia, strike posters, some red pendants? Photos of men in overalls toting guns and Union placards. This song was always so pretty. Menus wiped clean. Only the word Monday is written on it. Woman's hand wrote yesterday's menu. Today starts in a man's handwriting.
You should totally sing karaoke here, the first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast, oceanic soul.
My soul's cubic content is obscured by the hangover. My soul's puny. Don't want to damage my morale for nothing there. My soul's immense.
Utterly. And it needs to be heard through a PA system by other people.
This goes well with the theory I'm developing, that I'm a down-on-my-luck superstar person. What should I sing when it comes to it? I'm not gonna... It's a bit late to commit to the superstar persona. I have a bunch of thoughts that I want to start out on and investigate, and... Well, maybe I'll hold on to the superstar thought, but might as well just have it.
Who is mistakenly identified as a cop for his prominent jawline? Yes, sounds likely. You should probably go on stage and pose for a moment when you're done with this thought. See if it works.
What should I sing when it comes to it?
You should sing the sad small church song from that tape you found. Thought it was obvious.
I was thinking maybe I could sing something happy, get the crowd going.
No. Don't sing the happy song. It's stupid. Sing the sad song. It's profound. You would need another copy of the tape first, though. The one upstairs is destroyed.
Can I help you?
So another thing. By the way, I'm going to be singing karaoke here.
Absolutely out of the question.
Absolutely in the question. First we find a sad banger. Then we sing this place to shit. Your body is ready, sire.
So about that money I owe.
Yes. Have you got it?
I was wondering if we could come to some sort of arrangement for tonight.
Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
Kim was about to say something. Let him.
I understand your predicament as the manager. However, I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation that also affects your business.
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking, and...
He stops mid-sentence.
I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment.
Hold on, I still have my key, you know.
Good luck trying to use it.
Tapped his foot against a metal box installed in the back of the counter.
All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here with a master key before your guest key will open the lock.
This conversation isn't going anywhere, is it?
Not until you bring me the money.
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here.
What a dick.
Another thing. Great. I love those.
I saw a sign that said the mess hall is reserved for the Union.
Yes, not the whole damn Union, thank God. Just the nastiest and loudest faction.
Tosses his head in disdain.
They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types. Think they're big shit. But they're good customers. They place big orders and always pay on time.
We should find out who this loud faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info.
Gives you a meaningful nod. How do we find them?
We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later. Men get hungry, even men on strike.
You glance at the clock on the wall behind the manager. Huh.
It's after 16 o'clock. The sign said reserved starting 16. Why isn't anyone in the mess hall?
Good question.
He turns to the cafeteria manager.
They're probably getting drunk or protesting something somewhere. Or laying low after the, lynching.
Why is that?
They probably fucking killed that guy or something, and that's why.
I have a feeling we'll make their acquaintance sooner or later.
Yes?
Hmm.
The worker is in a deep slumber.
This guy's still here. That's supposed to be Sans, right? Like, he looks, he's bald. He's got the coat, like with the same white fur thing on the top. Like, that just screams Sans to me. And that you can talk to him strangely, but he just has like these sort of Deacon from Fallout 4 vibes where he just says random shit without you actually being able to have a conversation with him. Like, it seems like an Easter egg. It'd be interesting. Disco Elysium is so intelligent and so ahead of anything Toby Fox could ever bother stating in any of his games. I don't know what I'm to think of Toby, because I've played Undertale and I've played what's available of Deltarune. So it's a bit tough for me to come to a conclusion about what Toby believes, I guess. I can infer, but it's a lot easier to work with labels that people give themselves and then tell you about, right? Maybe that's not true, but I remember walking into the town hall in Deltarune, and then you examine something, and then Toby, really, it's like the game's narration, but it's from Toby's perspective. It's like, oh, I wonder what's going on here. Probably a bunch of politics, am I right? Like, this really weird, like, enlightened centrist feel of, like, man, all this, like, politics talk. None of that's here, thank God. Like,
yes.
Where's the, where do we have the,
What do you want to know? Ah, yes. The case brief you missed. Now I remember. 3 days
Yes,
ago,
that sounds
the
good.
RCM emergencies desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. The cadaver had been there for 4 days. No one had come to investigate. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the death as part of this dispute.
Wait, does the briefing say who the victim was?
A security guard or worker of some sort, hired by Wild Pines. This was just hearsay from Martinez, of course. We need to find out the truth.
Why didn't we know anything about the caller?
They didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort. The desk could identify Nate and the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock workers' union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that.
Let me just make this perfectly clear. Our job here is to find the killer. Okay.
Good. Excuse me?
You seem to be following me. Nothing. Just an observation.
You have a distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, we would surely collide.
What do you mean distinctive?
I hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegial observation. In the 57th, we call it the Jamrock Shuffle. Officers from Jamrock's 41st Precinct tend to move a bit erratically.
How's that?
They say it's a scene-clearing technique developed by one of your lieutenants for gathering evidence. It's erratic yet thorough. Prioritizes containers.
That's racist. I don't prioritize containers.
I don't know. Containers contain, I guess. I'm making assumptions. We should move on. Excuse me. You have a... I hope you don't take... They say it's a scene-clearing technique developed...
He simply nods.
Instrument, physical instrument, perception would be good. I mean, there's just so many more thoughts. I kind of want to just commit to the thoughts early, but what else do we have? Ace is high, white morning, the apricot, chewing gum, scented one. I think I remember this one kind of being good too. Sorry, I'm just getting distracted here. Kim can answer any lingering questions you may have about the case in your Sam. Join him in the Whirling Rags balcony after 22 o'clock when you're calling it a day. Ugh, I have to go out there and I can't call it a day. Oh. Nothing on the front page rings a bell. Strange. Or the newspaper at the beginning of the game, I guess. Let's head out back, and then we're gonna... Oh, I never finished my thought. It's a nice... Like, despite Undertale and Deltarune having a vastly different approach, like, from their director and writer, Toby, it's... Like, if I'm right about this character over there being Sans, then it's really cool that something so seemingly distant as Disco Elysium would, like, you know, be a thing that's inspired by Undertale. Like, you know, inspiration, like, some people get inspired by stuff that you'd think would be unrelated, and it's cool. Undertale and...
You see a set of steering levers, a radio.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
I've been inspired a lot by Toby as well. Over the years, like in the long run, I think I as like an aspiring game developer, I think Scott Cawthon has inspired me a little bit more, because he only ever did what he was comfortable with, and it was still good enough for everyone. He just like min-maxed his own skills. Really, he just committed everything to stuff that he already knew and was a little bit flexible, but you know, he made things the way he wanted to make it. Now, maybe FNAF isn't really going in the direction that he wants. I have no reason to believe that, but he's not really making the games anymore. I heard that there was something he did in like 2022. He might be conservative. I think he might be a Trump supporter. Hardly matters now. I mean, maybe he is, but the art does its own work in the world. most FNAF fans are either children or furries. So, you know, either way, probably not that conservative of people. Furries can be odd, but, you know, maybe not Trump supporting odd.
Transporting closure. Regular people just call it the cage.
Look in the suspect transport enclosure.
The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable. 4 shiny hubcaps are stacked against the seat. Their silver edges sparkle in the dark.
I confiscated these 4 a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal.
What are those things?
They are spinner hubcaps, frivolous things you put on your wheels. When the wheels come to a stop, the caps keep on spinning. There's no real use for them, it's just for vanity.
What do you mean you confiscated them?
A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high.
You can stop someone for that? So you took a spinners?
Mm-hmm. I took them and arrested him for driving under the influence.
Corruption. I mean, if they're for if he's just personally storing them, then yeah. But I don't want to accuse him of that.
That they are. I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back.
Did you want to put these spinners on your machine?
No, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter. I couldn't put them on this MC anyway. A cop with spinners. That would be outrageous.
Yes, outrageously cool.
He flashes a smile, barely visible in the dark.
Sorry you have to sell them because of me.
As I said, they are useless anyway. I should have remembered I have these earlier.
There's some sort of affinity for Kim that my affinity with him is like high enough that I just got a trophy, apparently. It's interesting. Kim is such a good, thorough, efficient, no-nonsense cop that when he has these sparks of just personal interest, it's you know, the voice acting does so much heavy lifting for this game. I'm not sure I would have liked it nearly as much if it didn't have the voice acting. Truthfully, like I don't know. Something about a pawn shop?
Yes, there's one 100 meters south of here. I think it's called Roy's Nest or something. If I'm not mistaken, it should be open late.
Items that can be pawned at Bird's Nest Roy's appear in your inventory under the Items tab. You can pawn these items when talking to Roy.
The tutorial agent just corrected Kim there by accident, I guess. Thanks, I appreciate your help.
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners.
Ancient fountain. It doesn't pump water anymore. There's a tree in it. Roy's Pawn Shop. Fast cash for faster times. A base buff to electrochemistry can't hurt. I'm thinking of what the signature skills will be for my different playthroughs. I might commit to Half-Light if I'm going to be a fascist. Because having this, like, paranoid guy who's just afraid of everyone all the time would be kind of fitting, I think. The Half-Light passive checks are really invigorating, too. Not that all, like, most of the narration, most of the different voices in Harry's head don't sound that different from each other, but Half-Lights is fun. That the voice that the narrator guy is really good. It's fun. Antique cash register.
It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my pawn shop.
Is this Jared from Road 96? The man at the counter turns to you slowly.
What can I do for you?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
Sorry, I feel like I'm interrupting you.
Oh no, not at all. I guess I haven't had many customers lately, RCM or otherwise.
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake, people who are terminally bored. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from.
Quite the collection. I may have something to add to it. Around typical vacuous consumerist objects. That's the communist option, I imagine. I don't want to be a dick, but I do want that tasty, tasty experience. Honestly, I think some of your selections are press your finger to your lips. More tasteful than others. Ew. Is that like the fascist option? This business plan is all over the place. You should really specialize, zoom in, recapitalize. So that's a liberal one. I don't want to be a dick, but I do want the extra experience.
It keeps me entertained.
Yeah, sorry. Is Roy high? And if yes, then what is he on? Takes one to know one, I guess.
Okay. He definitely is high. Whatever it is, you've probably done it, and many other things besides. But you can't cut through the jumble of sensations to get to the answer. Looking at his wares, talking to him, that might give you more clues.
You might be able to aid in our investigation.
I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have.
Ever had any dealings with Everard Clare?
He's been by the shop a couple of times.
Gives a lazy half shrug.
There was something awfully deliberate about that laziness.
Huh. Why do I feel like you don't want to talk about him? Are you hiding something?
They weren't the most pleasant interactions. Small town bigwigs always want everyone to play a part in the play they're staging. But I bowed out at some point. I prefer to watch from afar while the bigwigs come and go.
I heard the forewoman before Everard disappeared.
It was all very strange. That forewoman was more pleasant than Everard. But I guess it's all the same in the end.
Did he discuss union business with you?
He tried. Wanted to come to some mutually beneficial agreement around my dealings with the dock workers. I politely declined to hear him out.
So you don't know what kind of arrangements he was talking about?
The lieutenant studies the pawnbroker suspiciously.
As I said, I refused to talk to him. That's why he came back a second time. That's also why he hasn't come back a third.
Did he buy anything?
He purchased a remarkably garish paperweight the first time he was here. Nothing the second.
I have other questions about this.
He nods reluctantly.
Know anything about the recent hanging?
I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business. Bad for everyone.
He doesn't know anything.
Thank you, drama. Actually, that's all I've got.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
By the way, do you happen to have any guns? Like the ones carried by cops?
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
Uh-huh.
This is a pawn shop, and it did feel as if you've met before. Oh, God.
Thanks, logic.
The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another. Alert.
And about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revachol Citizens Militia.
Well, that may be true, but it's irresponsible to get rid of that.
And I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off-the-charts photon emissions. The unhealthy kind.
Was the buyer a policeman too?
She didn't seem like a policeman. Although she kept referring to herself as a pig. Which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit obsessive. But I was just happy to get rid of it. And of her. Truth be told, she was terrifying.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the Citizens Militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it?
There's only one explanation. She must be one of my rabid fans. Maybe she's a vigilante, wants to prove she can do our jobs better than we can. I don't like it either. What if she intends to commit a crime and blame the Citizens Militia? I'm sorry I sold my gun.
It's possible in these parts of town. We ought to find her and discourage her from taking justice into her own hands.
Looks around, worried. Any idea where I can find this buyer?
My apologies, officer, but I have no idea where she was coming from or where she went.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it now. You'll just have to hope you luck upon her somehow.
At least now I know I lost my sidearm. Let's talk about something else.
Of course.
I wanted to ask about my, I like to sell.
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Lieutenant steps in and hands him the
Roy
spinners.
takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant and inspects them. The spinners appear iridescent in the dancing light of his pawn shop.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them? Jump-a-mesque banger? No matter. I'll give you 200 real.
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
The lieutenant explains as the pawnbroker opens the register and counts the cash.
Of course. I meant no offense. 200 real for you, officer. Delightful doing business with you. Do come again.
Thank you.
He takes the cash, then turns to you.
Here's the 130 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
The rest goes in his pocket. That's fair.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Both the lieutenant and the pawnbroker turn to you. I'll check my pockets.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Well-advised residential area overlooking the Jamrock Quarter. 13-story buildings from the hillside. Everything else I feel like we can use later. I don't have any salt at the moment.
Another time, perhaps.
Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your Copo type.
Wait, there are Capo types?
Yes. Guess what's yours?
Sorry you had to monitor me.
Okay, just for the length of this short demonstration, please say something that isn't, I'm sorry. Guess. What is it?
Sorry, cop? I'm sorry, I'm not sure.
Yes, sorry, cop. The cop who's sorriest. Let's make it official then, shall we?
Okay, but what are the other Capo types?
Oh, you know. Apocalypse, Superstellar, the Advanced Interesting Cop, Liquid Shadow Cop. But you're too sorry to say those things. So, here we go?
Won't the other Capo types be jealous?
What? Jealous of the sorry cop? I think that'll be fine. Don't worry.
I don't know if there's something wrong with me or if I've just been laughing too much, which is a really horrible, depressing problem to have. I'm tasting blood again. Ugh, whenever I laugh at anything now.
They'll be super, super fine. It'll be totally okay. You can dual Copo type from sorry to anything.
Fucking, they should be sorry.
Yes, yes. Impotent rage and lamentation. Let's wrap it up?
You know, actually, I'm not sorry. I changed my mind.
No, you don't. Come on. You'll be back to saying sorry in 2 minutes. Stop wasting time and begin the repentance. Of course you are. It's okay. See if you can get something out of this, like info. Or maybe every time you say you're sorry, you get $1 million. That won't happen.
What is the point of being a sorry cop?
Typical
I can't remember.
Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
Where'd you get this?
It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property.
Leans in so the pawnbroker doesn't hear
You
him.
have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
Pauses, studying the light. The street light?
Yes, officer. As you see, it's in perfect working order.
Embarrassment to the party. You're one sorry piece of shit. Cop penitent. A flagellant cop monk. A flagellant cop monk. This is not the right line of work for you. You should be groveling at the feet of a feudal lord, providing lurid evidence against yourself at a Mazovian show trial, or ripping the flesh from your back with a cat of nine tails. Whatever made you this way, you can be damn sure it was your own fault. Do it. Really criticize yourself. Who knows? You might uncover something of importance from your guilt-ridden past. I remember this is what I was when I first played the game. I got this rigorous self-critique thing right away. I was like the sorriest communist cop in the city. Really quickly. I think we'll just... Oh no. Because it takes time to learn them all again. We'll try the apricot scented chewing one.
His manner is casual, but his speech is careful, measured. He wants you to know that he has nothing to hide.
Let your gaze run over the streetlight.
The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly, but persistently. This would make quite a statement in your living room.
700 real. A bargain, I dare say.
You out of your mind? There's one just like that on every street corner. Even taking into account the risk of obtaining light, it seems that it's steam, so it sounds alright. I imagine we'll need some.
The light has undergone 3 transformations, and every transformation, large or small, has a price tag.
He rests his elbows on the counter and brings his face closer to the glass.
The light has been removed and rewired. That's 2 transformations. But what about the third?
I get how sawing it off and redoing the wiring could add to the cost, but what else?
The most important transformation is the light's placement among ordinary indoor fixtures, which has adjusted its morphological field. The light became suitable for use inside the home just a few days ago.
Sorry about that. There's a look of weary patience.
Okay, that checks out.
Light becomes suitable for use inside. This is good. We're getting a bunch of experience by doing this. How could I ever buy that? We'll come back. What are we for time? Only 2 hours.
Can I help you?
So about that money I owe.
Yes. Have you got it?
I have your money.
Well?
I can't see. Here's 130 real. Some bills on the counter. Hope you choke on it. Here it is. Sorry for the trouble.
Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow. The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
I'll take a room here too.
He opens his wallet.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
Nope. Now that I have the room paid for.
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Just a moment. You had some questions earlier, I believe. And besides, we should discuss our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
Alright, let's go.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then...
Where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM?
I didn't know you smoked, Kim.
I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
How'd you get so cool, Kim?
You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will, and unhealthy.
He flicks the ash.
Keeping the habit within the parameters he's given himself takes a lot of focus. It would be easy to simply quit. Yet, were he to quit, he would lose the cool factor. This man relishes his cool quite a bit below it all.
Return then. Or right then, the debris.
Yes. It's been a long and eventful day.
How do you think today went?
We performed a thorough initial inspection of the victim's body, so that's good. One could say it's the main thing to do in a murder. Then you shot the body down, which was quite the shot.
I was inspired by your confidence in me, Kim. Damn straight, I'm a sharpshooting cop.
On this occasion, I must agree. At any rate, your shot enabled us to perform a field autopsy on the victim. We found some things we can really work with. I still feel like we missed something, but at least the corpse has been refrigerated. And we performed a thorough search of the premises of the crime scene. That's great. Now, as for interviews, my list of people to talk to here in Martinez, I mean.
Takes a deep drag and looks at the city. It's my forte, and like most cops, I understand how important communication is in our line of work. The initial interviews? Yes, well, we talked to some people.
Not always the right people, I'm afraid. We weren't able to find the union leader, Everard Clare, much less interview him. So that's on the to-do list for tomorrow.
Correct.
We talked to Joyce Messier, but didn't get any information from her. I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is. We have to get her to talk to us. Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's
Jamrock Shuffle?
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills.
He nods thoughtfully, tapping his finger on his cigarette.
Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange.
Looks at your snakeskin shoes and smiles suddenly. So what are our powers exactly? The RCM? I had to reread that. I'm like, what?
They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule.
Wouldn't that be an easy power to abuse?
Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM.
Less than the prescribed fine amount. Right. Why not more?
The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Revachol.
1,000 real isn't nothing.
We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station cold sleep. It prevents confusion and overcrowding.
How can you be sure the arrestee will show up?
You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up.
Well, that's good. If someone resists?
As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power.
Wait, so if I kill someone while on duty...
You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best.
I agree. What happens to the people we convict?
We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Couron and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them.
Taps on his coat pocket where he keeps his notes. Who makes all these rules? The coalition government?
Yes, the international community's mission in Revachol, and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less.
His gaze is absently fixed on a window below that just went dark.
Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM.
Let's say it was the citizens of Revachol.
Be sentimental if you like. Either way, the moral intern leases us the right to keep the peace in this city, and they will take it away if we misuse it.
The moral intern? What is it?
The Moralists International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed.
If I didn't know, how would you describe them?
They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world.
What do they believe in?
What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
So they're vaguely evangelical, neoliberal, moralist government. The funny thing is that they're a moralist government that literally, like, they're called, like, the moral intern. Like, they're called, what are they called? Moralist International. Yeah, like, they literally just call themselves moralists. What's their symbol?
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Well said.
Something kind and usual.
Yeah.
Something almost self-explanatory. Something like the dark blue, serious color of the early night sky above.
Yeah. It's interesting to have Harry's mind wander in the form of like these little flavor texts that come up. This game is so tasteful. I just adore it. I love it so very much. Who was Dolores Day?
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
I hear that. What do you think of them?
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
I have an opinion on the moral intern.
Do you?
Lieutenant arches his brows and pulls on a cigarette. It's a slim white thing in his fingers. Things are bad out there, point to the city. We need them here, giving us the right to police Revachol. They've done an awful job here. Have you seen the place? This isn't humanism. We are stooges of the world's biggest bourgeoisie organization, protecting bourgeoisie rights. Immigrants, liberals, fucking men are turning into women. Is this the liberal option? This is the moralist one. This is the communist one. This is the fascist one.
No. We are stooges of the world's biggest bourgeois organization, protecting the people of Revachol. That's the hand we were dealt. Without the MI, we would be common vigilantes.
Well, I would have faith in the two of us, but, yeah, having an actually organized force, you know, of workers, like working class or otherwise, is probably better than armed vigilantes just going around making up their own rules.
Sadly, it is what we already are to the people of Martinez, most of them at least, especially the Union. Vigilantes. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging.
He looks at the roundabout.
The lights of the orphan district are reflected in his glasses. The red and golden orbs of the motorway sliding like pearls on a string from east to west as Revachol commutes back to the suburbs. Tomorrow is Tuesday. Monday is over.
Say nothing, just look into the night.
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different inland, in Jamrock and the GRIH.
Why are they like this?
It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company. Not daring to come here more often. It's like I told you, this place is an orphan, fallen between the cracks.
And in Jamrock and the GRIH? Before I hit continue, it's really sad that Revachol is the capital of the world, and they've let Martinez, like, what, the birthplace of, like, a global revolution? Yeah. It's melancholic, to be sure.
We run this city. West of the river is RCM land.
He looks at the dark silhouette of the equestrian monument cutting into the night sky.
It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works. Our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
Hope our investigation will help improve the situation here. At least do some good.
Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes.
He is very tired, but the dark circles under his eyes make him look younger, not older.
What he said here about changes not coming in our lifetimes, that's kind of like the whole moralist agenda in this game, how this game depicts it anyway. Not to say that that's not how it works in real life, but I'm just saying that's the game relating back to itself.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
Puts out the stub of a cigarette, looks to the door.
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint.
Cool.
So cool.
Where's it coming from?
From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights, and they solve shit.
Yeah, that's me. I've been establishing my superstardom hard lately.
Yeah, you have. You're a big dick cop, Dick Mullen. Salam Rocky Bayi, badass on-the-edge disco cop. Time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go. Camera. Lights.
Wait, what's that about a ludicrous fantasy world?
Yeah, you know. Beneath it is just heartbreak, a pulmonary tract infection, atherosclerotic disease. This is where you say action and reconceptualize all that. Reinvent it as the world's first celebrity police officer. This is the beginning of your legend.
Nah, I'm too downbeat. I won't say those things anymore. Fuck it. Action.
With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you along with it. In an iconic monochrome solution, a black silhouette against a rasterized orange world. It's on.
If you say so. Yeah, I was right. We're going to be getting a lot more... First, let's make this absolutely clear. No one is saying you're an actual superstar in the groupies and cocaine riddled with hepatitis C strikes a lionesque pose with a mic kind of way. You're not Guillaume Le Million or Davy Dewis. No, you're a metaphorical superstar. You bring that rock and roll authenticity and passion to a line of work where people don't expect or want to see it. Where, some would say, it doesn't belong. Law enforcement. I like logic being high, so I want to get that out of the way just to see what it does. I could go to the wiki and just see for myself, but see you in the morning. Bye. Off he goes.
The window stands broken in its... The bed is cold and...
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night after 9 p.m.
Let's see here. Words fail to describe how rank it smells in there. They should have sent a poet.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. The chain cutters slip out of your hands as you attempt to twist the faucet into place. Well, you know one thing for sure. You've probably never been a plumber.
Okay. Let's see what I can do. Measurehead still up here? Yeah, so we can do the investigation without.
Your degeneracy.
We can use we can investigate a little bit on our own without Kim.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
The young woman at the giant's side agrees. What do you mean my body betrays my degeneracy?
You have succumbed to Al Ghul.
His face contorts in disgust, as if he were smelling a dead rat.
You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick.
Wait, Al Ghul?
Yes, Al Ghul.
What is Al Ghul?
Al Ghul is an ancient Ilmaran poison. A parasitic fungus that has colonized your race. It is a trick the desert pygmies played on you for humiliating them and stripping them of their land.
Intentionally fermented drinks have existed for 10,000 years.
The Ilmaranian people did not invent alcohol. It's existed since the Neolithic.
This is a fabrication the alchemists of Yizot and Bashir and the Rolam Al Ghul have fed your people. Go on believing in it, race loser.
I don't think that's how history works.
Why don't you have another drink? Your features are not yet congenitally deformed enough.
Oh yeah, Measurehead.
Babe looks at him with eyes full of admiration that transcends the merely sexual. You're right, I'm a servant of Al Ghul, but I don't have a problem with Al Ghul. I just drink a little on the weekend. Enough. You need to open the door to the harbor.
No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the ham sandwich race is waning.
I am the police and I need you to comply now.
Jerking motions. Signs of a late-stage neurodegenerative disorder. How far the Occidental Haplogroup has fallen. You were once a noble and powerful race. You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft.
Like, most of those are bad. Like, almost all of those are bad, except for, like, electricity.
You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Quakers. But now your ascent to the genetic summit has halted. You are obsessed with sadness and with frivolous pop culture. You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
Come on, I just need you to move about 20 centimeters back. You're right about all this. Now I just need you to let me go into the harbor. The situation is serious. You'll be able to probably kill the man. I need to talk to your boss.
Enough with this begging. You should leave the stage of history with dignity by inviting the other races to a great world war. Bring your troops to the Semenine Islands and to Boogie Street, and we will pulverize you. When you are gone, we will build a museum for you. The walls will be lined with bottles of Al Ghul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the odes to homosexuality you call art, and your microcephalic skulls.
Isn't Evart, the union boss, white?
Don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs much deeper than that.
He turns his eyes towards the harbor, seemingly bored with you. Yeah, but you still serve him. How does that factor into your life?
Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. He has the will to confront international capital, which is something your race naivistic communists never did.
No, I guess they didn't, man.
Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. It is lax and moronic.
So, moralist, communist, or this might be fascist. It's hard to tell, but...
Idiotic communism is the single greatest contributor to your race descent.
Good.
Everywhere around you. The fruits of its failure to challenge the world order. Individualism, rock and roll music, sexually transmitted diseases.
This guy's funny.
Above all, rampant multinational finance still reigning large. Tell me, where have you gotten your love of pathetic communism from? Degenerate youth culture? Rock and roll music?
I've gotten it from disco, actually.
Offshoots of the Seminese people invented disco while having sex under the influence of cocaine. It is a shame upon my race. But what is done is done. I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable cultural victory of the Seminese race.
Okay, I'll ask. Who are the Seminese?
The South Island race. Haplogroup A4A.
God, he's got
we
names.
We are the rightful masters of the Insulindian archipelago. We descend from the Areopagites of ancient Pericarnassus and arrived here 4,000 years ago. Millennia before you. We are the future. That is all you need to know.
So you were born and raised in the islands before you moved to Rochelle.
I am a descendant. The narrow streets of Ulimbuir are with me in my genetic dreams. I see young Seminese women walk into the grey mass on Ile de Fantôme, waiting on immaculate conception from the pale.
Waiting on immaculate conception from the pale. I can't talk about that yet because we haven't figured out that mystery, but I'll try and put a footnote in that.
No. I have heard about it on the radio.
cranes his head. So you're not really Seminese, you're just from Revachol. So it was just like Hitler. Hitler was all about, like, you know, what? Blonde hair, blue eyes? He had neither of those. This is fucking stupid, of course.
I'm from Couronne.
Changes
And
tactics.
No, it is not just in Revachol. The city is central to the Simony strategy. Spreading through its trade networks, our culture will dominate the world. You have heard enough about our phylogenetic secrets for today. You have extinction to come to terms with, and never getting into the harbor.
Know anything about this mug?
He does not so much as glance at the object.
Is this your kind of thing?
Stop showing me your pathetic cup. I have no interest in it.
He had nothing to do with it.
My conceptualization is high. Only way I could lose this is if I got snake eyes. I don't want to do that, though. What are those tattoos of yours supposed to mean?
Racists are generally not very good examples of their race.
Gestures towards the lorryman down the street.
Welcome to Revachol. You hear him yell at a redhead woman visiting the fritter nearby.
Oh good, he's still harassing people.
I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw a phrenologic grid on my skull and features. This should dispel any doubt.
You sure I'm not craniometrically superior to you?
You exhibit forward projection of the jaw, indicative of schizophrenia and sexual inaccountability. From a purely aesthetic standpoint, the dimple in your jaw makes you look like a baby. This is not craniometry, just an observation.
What else?
It is impossible to see any more of your bone structure. It is covered in the ravages of Al-Ghul. From what remain of your features, I can see fleshy lips, baldness of the head, and long arms relative to lower limbs. This leads me to conclude you are not a police officer. You are a common criminal, an offspring of murderers and sailors from Sur-la-Clé and Vesper, and possibly even the degenerate sheep herders of Ubi.
God, I just can't follow it, dude. Interesting. So one of my ancestors was Sir Leclerc and the other Vesper?
Your racial heritage is uninteresting. It is the same
More evasion.
as all Revacholians. Your parents and their parents made the decision to reproduce while under the influence of Al-Ghul. That is the only reason you are here.
Probably gonna, knowing me, I might fail that, so I'm gonna fail that. 97% chance to succeed.
Your race
I'm gonna fail
descent
it.
has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let yourself go.
Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
Measurehead, I am new to this world. Help me understand its races. I need to know what kind of different races there are.
There are 3 categories of race. Type A, the heroic races. Type B, the servile races. And the vile CF race cauldron of pederasty. Which one do you need education Those are the Simonese, the Areopagite, and the Occidentals, excluding the Maun, of course. The Maun are riddled with eczema to the point where they find it impossible to smile. They are all lactose intolerant, a
These
common
things
result of
this all seemed like it's funny because like racists talk like this where they're like, oh yeah, and it's like it's actually proven that like your foot's sore, which means that like your parents are inbred and that they specifically like I don't know. I don't understand. Like it's funny because it's so obvious that there's no logic to this. Eczema. Impossible to smile.
A receding genetic pool has led the Maun on reprehensible street parades. In Maun cities like Stadskanal and Vredefort, wearing wooden clogs on their feet and little green tassels on their hats.
Wait, who exactly are the Maun?
You know them by the names of their nation-states. The Oranese, the Gotwaldians, and the Königsteiners. My people simply call them Maun.
Maun is a derogative term for First World people of Gotwaldian descent. They do not all have eczema. Also, people of Katla, like the Suru and the Uhu, are much more lactose intolerant.
Okay, see? Encyclopedia coming up here disproving race theory. Or like racist theory. Of course. Because of course actually knowing actual world history naturally would disprove all of this fucking nonsense.
In some municipalities of Oranje, people do wear shoes made of wood to street parades. Green, orange, and even yellow tassels have also been seen on hats.
The Maun are proof that you can have too much Occidental racial purity and tassel-centric culture. Inbreeding has led to a lactose-intolerant subrace whom no one can take seriously.
Yeah, but like, I don't know, if he avoids alcohol because couldn't you like just decide that like dairy products are also corrupted by this nonsense? But this guy likes drinking milk, ironically. No pun intended there. And I'm not sure if milk drinker actually applies to him, but still, I like the joke. I'm losing my train of thought here.
Colorful tassels are, let's be honest, not a good sartorial choice for this century. You might want to avoid wooden clogs too.
Okay, got it. Who are Type A then, in your view?
The Vespertines and Messenians of Vesper and Messina, the ancient Meteorans of Meteo by the Golden Pisantic Sea, the Suren of Sur-la-Clé, and even the North Königsteiners, all have Type A race propensities.
Sure.
The other large Mondial civilization, the Mesk, are too yellow and oleaginous to count as a heroic race. True, they are violent and expansionist, but they have a glandular problem.
Draws his finger across his face.
Overproduction of sebum. Sebum is leaking into their brains, making them listen to El Mariachi music and eat toxic minced meat-based food, which in turn only produces more sebum.
And who are the Simonese and Areopagites in
As
this?
proven by the Maun and the Mesk, Occidental Type A is in retrograde. The Simonese and the Areopagite are on the ascent.
And the Simonese are...
The indigenous people of this, the Insulindian archipelago. The Simonese inhabit the southern islands. I am Simonese, from the stock of Ulumbuir on Ile de Fantôme.
And the Areopagites?
The Areopagites are the master race of the Ile Maran deserts. The Simonese are descendants of the Areopagites. We came here during a heroic migration from Ile Marat to Ansuland, thousands of years before the lactose-intolerant Marne-ridden Occidentals discovered this place.
What's the difference between the Simonese and the Areopagites?
The Areopagites are sleek, long-headed. The Simonese are powerful, mesomorphic. The former is an immutable progenitor, unchanged since the Super Isola of Pericarnassus. Ancient brains rest in their slender skulls. The latter is perfected and adapting. Together they form the Simeno-Areopagite, or Simeopagite superrace. That is all. There are no more type A races in the world.
God. There are people like this in real life, isn't there? Right? Like...
Type B are the unheroic races, amorphous non-competitors of the great race. The Khoikos and the Vacholier, they are mud-colored people.
The Khoikos of Grad, Yugo, Zhimsk, Shest et al. Are what you would call white officer in a suspect description.
You said Khoikos. I've been trained to identify them as white in official descriptions.
Yes. To an untrained eye, the Khoiko appear white and pinkish, like a ham sandwich. But look into their eyes and you will see.
He squints, full of sage
They are
wisdom.
of an indistinct color, and so is their skin. Unhealthy, muddy, and ashen.
Is it muddy or ashen?
Pinkness is a racial quality that has to be earned through centuries of advanced ballistic warfare and cultural domination that the Grad people have undergone for drinking Al Rul and smoking the degenerate tobacco herb, and for eating potato. The Khoiko, the countless micronationalities of Grad, are all inexplicably obsessed with potat. The only thing they like more is dividing into microscopic ethnostates, like political amoeba.
Okay. I'm not, like, internalizing any of this fucking nonsense, by the way. This is just... I'm just daydreaming and thinking about something else. The voice acting is nice. The voice is... I could fall asleep to that voice. Just, for the love of God, not saying stuff like this.
The Vacholians, halfway between Type A and the Racial Cauldron. Two makes to know right from wrong. You tried your degenerate little revolution, which was the single greatest failure committed by humans in our 82,000-year history on this planet.
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history? You have very little idea of what is happening, but that seems a little off.
I'm pretty sure history hasn't lasted that long. I've heard about this revolution. Mistakes were made, but those are right stuff you're on. I'm pretty sure history hasn't lasted that long.
The mysteries of the people of this planet are a tragedy that has played out countless times over, like a fever dream of skin, hair, and bone. Wake up, naive Chespius.
I've heard about this revolution. Mistakes were made, but it was the right stuff. You're wrong about it.
The revolution came to Ravachol from Grad, in Zaraz-ridden potato carts. It is literally an illness, a prion disease that leaves the parietal and frontal lobe ridden with holes. A soft, sponge-like mass of dementia, hallucination, and paranoia. The revolution is fatal familial insomnia. a hereditary pris en condition passed from the Koiko to the Occidentals.
Passes in
But
theoretic.
not
He pauses in theoretic self-reflection.
probably through trade routes and potate acid, the prime component of the potato plant. Enough of Tibet mediocrity.
CF Race Cauldron of Pedastry,
Tips
please.
CF are a museum of failed chimeric experiments and tragic maladaptations. They are tortured creatures waiting to be put to sleep. Your morbid interest in them worries me.
Chimeric experiments.
Lesser races like the mosquito, a grotesque mixture of a masked woman and a Seminese man. Only possible if the mother is masked and the father Seminese. The other way around, they fail to produce offspring. The mosquito is born sterile, like a donkey. All they have left is to ride customized motor carriages with hydraulic suspension, listening to aggressive El Mariachi music to vent impotent despair.
Okay, this guy sounds like he's so... Like he's just jelly. He's just kind of envious of other people, isn't he? Doesn't produce offspring. That's ridiculous.
Then there is the Simino Koiki Chimera. Are you sure you wish to know of the Simino Koiki Chimera? It is not an aesthetic site.
Yes.
The Koiko, as you know, are very servile, especially when they meet the rich man. Racial scientists have toyed with the idea of crossing the Simonese with the Koiko to produce a super worker of Simonese strength and great servility. This will never happen. The Simonese and the Koiko may have similar interbreeding problems as the mosquito. We will never know precisely.
Oh my god.
No Simonese man could maintain an erection in the suffocating potato stand.
Oh my god.
But enough. It is cruel to entertain ourselves with the deformities of Type CF. Were there any able-bodied races you needed education on? You understand nothing. To solve the great race enigma, you have to first ask yourself, what is the race enigma? You have not even worded the mystery, let alone solved it.
Right.
We will see.
How do I word the mystery?
You need to internalize what you have heard here today, then return to me. This clarity does not come instantly. I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss, Tibere Vasholian. Your love for disco music and venereal disease?
God. Sorry about how long-winded that was, everyone. Put the advanced race theory idea into a free internalizing slot in your head. If there are no free slots for you up, then pass some time, and when it's internalized, return to measure head. This is how thinking is done. I know a way to get some experience points. Free that up. I don't want to internalize that shit.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. It looks as if it's been reassembled piece by piece, secured and mounted in the air with the aid of numerous ropes and rods.
Things about to fall apart, it looks like.
A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, I am Philip III, the Squanderer, the greatest of the Philippian kings of Revachol, son of Philip II, the opulent, father of Philip IV, the insane. As you look up, you notice something about the statue. There are some odd indentations on the king's chest piece.
What indentations? What do I see?
Something with great kinetic energy seems to have impacted the cuirass, around where the heart is. A bullet? Someone shot him in the heart. Interesting. What did he do? You have no idea what you did a week
what's
ago.
the point?
How would you know what this guy did many centuries ago? High above you, the king stands.
Fine. Never mind then. I have to go to the washroom. I will be right back. Oh my god. Hi. These disgusting orange demons all over my room. I don't know if they're anywhere else in the world, but they're like these weird beetles that masquerade as ladybugs. I haven't seen an actual ladybug in like a decade. Like I'm not sure I'd even know a real ladybug if I saw one. But they're all over my room, and it was crawling onto my...
woman does not greet you. She nods along to something on her radio. A photograph is clutched in her hands, and there is a warm smile on her face. The photo, an ambrotype from the turn of the century, as golden as her smile.
Excuse me, ma'am, I'd like to ask some questions.
No response. Wherever this woman is, your words fail to reach her.
Snap your fingers in front of her face.
Where am I? Who are you?
Like a magician recall. I was actually... Oh. Are you alright, ma'am? You were out.
Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s.
Where else would you have been? When else would you be then?
Back in Mecca, during the time of the revolution. The sidewalks and cafes are filled with young people. I was on my way to see a new Boyadero picture starring Gabriel Buenguerro.
Is that instead of Antonio Banderas?
Until you came along, that is.
Look, she gives you the accusatory. This is Gabriel Buenguerro.
This is Gabriel Buenguerro.
Shows you the photograph in the lavish amber frame. Take a look.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you, his head crowned with a wide brim hat. His hair is dark as an oil slick, and his jaw the most perfectly chiseled thing you've ever seen.
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever he came on the screen. And schoolboys used to memorize all of his lines.
She leans back, savoring the world she's conjured up. So I take it you were in Mesk when you were young?
Someone was.
She nods as though her meaning were perfectly clear. Someone. Are these not your memories?
They are someone's memories, boy. What difference does it make if it's me or not? They're beautiful. That is all that matters. Beautiful and true. And they will win. They're coming for this, you know? All of this.
I thought she was talking about the communists for a second. I was about to agree with her, but I'm not so sure. Sorry to interrupt your dreaming, ma'am.
I wasn't dreaming. I was there, Lawman. It was early spring, and the man behind the Black Sun had just come out. The posters were 20 meters tall. Everything was golden.
Her eyes narrow and she appears to take your measure.
While you, people, were tearing each other apart over your petty little revolution, in Methk, it was a golden age.
The Republic of Mesk is a massive confederation on the Isola of Muindi, the world's largest state by territory. It's a petrostate, a constitutional monarchy, and, as of recently, an outcast due to its tilt to the far right.
So she's living in the actual glory days of her monarchist country. I have some other questions for you. Police questions.
Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole.
She settles back against the railing of her motor lorry. Behind her, mountains of memorabilia, photos, and knickknacks line the dashboard. What are you hauling?
Diamonds.
Really?
Of course not. But wouldn't it be marvelous if I was?
Okay, what are you really hauling?
Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine.
So you don't know what you're hauling in your own lorry?
I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the cargo, if you know what I mean.
I don't think I do know what you mean.
Of course you don't.
I still don't really understand this whole Boyadero
Of
thing.
course not. To truly understand the Boyadero, You need to listen to on the Western Plain.
The boyadero, boya for short, is a cowherder from upstream Magritte, the great steppes of northern Mesk. He is a rugged individualist and explorer.
So a cowboy. The wide-brimmed hat kind of sounded like a cowboy to me, and that's what I was picturing.
It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring boyadero. He promises to marry her as soon as he returns from the Western Plain.
And live happily ever after?
Don't be stupid. The boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man, one night. As he and his beloved are out walking along the river Margaret, she pleads with him to give up his riding and settle down.
In the background, you can hear the orchestra swell as the screen fills with the maiden's imploring eyes.
I think I see where this is going.
So the boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the Margaret. Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him.
That's not where I thought that was going. Oh, not where I would have wanted it to go. I did say that's where I thought it was going.
You have to understand. A true boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can't be tied down by man or woman. His beloved was selfish. She didn't know what it meant to love a boyadero.
It seems regressive. Sounds like the sort of thing a country she's from, it sounds like, would actually think is healthy in terms of depicting masculinity. Before I came, you seemed away.
What do you mean?
You were in a dream, inactive, tuned off.
Yes? What about it?
Should you drive a lorry if you get like that?
Oh, don't worry about me. I'm one of the best camioners around. I drive routes no one else will.
What routes?
Lomonosov's Land, Udashnaya Zemlya, the Western Plain.
She nods and closes her eyes again, letting her mind submerge.
A terrible cold comes over her, rattling her teeth as she stares inward.
The Transcatolia Magistral. You for 1A. Adestradas du Mirador. All the good ones. The deep trenches. Where the bluebirds fly.
She opens her eyes again and shudders. Cool. Ride until you're dust, sister.
Irmao. I already am dust.
Oh.
Yes, go. Enough jamboree. I need to get back to Mesk.
Her voice trails off. Yeah. If we went over to her with Kim wouldn't have let. He wouldn't have let me talk to her, actually. There's something about what she's experienced and what her name is that Kim doesn't want us to know.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Common.
Is Joyce still there? She is.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with at this late hour?
It's night. Don't you ever sleep?
Matter of fact, I don't.
Why is that?
I have a medical condition of my own. Nothing unusual, though. I'm old, you see.
You're not. You look young.
Thank you. I do what I can to remain presentable. Now, ask me some questions. It'll help us pass the night.
We've got some more questions about reality.
More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
What is...
Glad to have been of assistance.
I just want a quick save because I don't want to fail that on the 3%. That shit's really annoying.
You're back. Good. More lessons in basic reality?
What is all of this? The scent, the sound, the air.
What world is this?
What world? The only one, I suppose. The world of matter. And its pale antipode.
Not sure what an antipode is. The fading pearls of her eyes look to the sea.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
What do you see?
Great bodies of water. Forest-covered surfaces. Clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage. We all have. This world is enough. There is a term of endearment they coined for it in the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of it, these archipelagos included. Elysium.
Elysium. The world needs a term of endearment.
It does. There are those who would call it hell.
What is hell?
A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists.
I don't feel like I've got the whole picture yet.
Oh, you want a picture of the world? There is no complete set yet, dear. They're having some trouble reaching orbit.
Oh.
Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways.
Inside, sideways. What shape is this world, then?
We used to think it was a sphere, but that is beginning to look less and less likely by the day. You wouldn't know it from the tabloids, but the ORG nations have been launching weather balloons into the lower ionosphere since the 30s.
ORG. Occident Revichol-Grad.
And we're just gonna trust the world government with what they tell us the shape of the world is? See, that sounds like I'm a flat earther. It's funny that, because Smiling Friends did this as well, where it like flipped the expectation by having the joke be that, you know, everyone's saying that the Earth is round. Those are actually it actually is flat or whatever, like dinosaur shaped or donut shaped or whatever.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three scientific contributors.
Trickle of images.
Yes. Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are grey flares and prominences, even arcs above entire isolas. The images are blurry, but if there was a sphere in there, it certainly looks like it fractured a long time ago.
Grey flares and prominences, even arcs above entire isolas.
A cold fear seeps into you.
Oh my god. Wait, what the hell are you telling me?
You seem to be spooked.
Her
Please
voice
don't be.
Her voice becomes homely, calm. She lets a moment pass. The Pale? What do you mean, Corona?
They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or, to speak more plainly, imagine vast swathes of land disrupted by nothingness. I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite terrifying through the acute encephalopathy. Even scientific positivism isn't entirely convinced about what we're dealing with here. But this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut, bring us together, however naive it may sound.
I feel like we've been in positions like that in real life, too. A lot of things that we were hoping to solve together, hoping it would bring everyone together. Fractured corona doesn't feel like it's going to bring it down together. Okay, and then everything will be okay?
I don't know about things of that scale. My expertise lies in nations and trade routes, one or several layers below everything. But yes, we'll be fine. Don't worry.
She does not seem convinced that you'll be fine. If anything, she's realizing how deep your condition runs.
It certainly doesn't feel like I'm fine.
You have misimagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you the effect and geometry of the images that depict our world from below low orbit. It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it.
So, yet again, Revachol is the center stage of the world. Because the Pale isn't touching it. Well, not really, anyway. Well, if you say it's disco. Doesn't sound like any kind of disco I'd like to go to.
You already have. And you're doing just fine. Despite the rubble.
The cold seeps into you. The air is heavy with 80% humidity. Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there, on whatever this all is. Your arms hang down by your sides.
What is Pale?
The Pale is not, technically speaking, part of reality.
It's the absence of reality? So, the Pale is this universe's version of a black hole. The vapid absence of existence itself, as we understand it?
It is the opposite of reality.
What is it? Like a definition?
Okay. The Pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the islas. It is the inter-islary mass.
What is an isla?
Isla is a Messinian word for a continent of matter, enveloped on all sides by the Pale. Also, isolation, or landmass. We used to believe there was only one. In the last 4 centuries, we have discovered 7.
Who's we? And what do you mean by discovered? An isolation.
Windy, Seol, Samara, Ilmara, Grad, Katla, and this, Insulinde.
And Insulinde is...
An oceanic isla. It comprises mostly of water. Muindi is the largest, Katla the coldest,
Russia.
Insulinde the bluest.
Antarctica.
What can I say? Each is perishing and dear.
Mwindi must be Africa. if we're to try and... Maybe not largest. Is Africa the largest continent? No. No. North America, isn't it? No. Maybe. I don't know. A quick Google search, I guess. Okay, what is the Pale like?
Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The Pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any other, or anything in the world. It is the transition state of being into nothingness.
Is it here?
No, detective. We're safe. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south, east, and west. You are in the middle of the Isla.
And there?
An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the Pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. A great vision. The area of transition between the world and the Pale is called Porch Collapse. Imagine a grey coronal mist, cold vapor marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism, a mold that's adapted to grow at the edge of the unrest. It's the most disco thing you will ever see.
The Pale driver there was talking about how they'll be back and that they're coming for us. They're gonna come for all of this. And it's probably she's probably talking about the ghosts of the Pale. The interesting thing about Disco Elysium, because I knew about the Pale already, one of the most fascinating things that this game does to propose its story to you, it has all these politics, right? It has all this world history. And then it drops this bombshell on you that, oh yeah, there is a logistical equivalent to a black hole that is currently on its way to end the world. And knowing that, you'd think that all of this political science would be done and over with, that people wouldn't find something to fight each other over with something like that going on, right? Such an imminent threat, but clearly not. Not in this video game, anyway. I think if we had something like the Pale in real life, something as imminent and foreseeable as the Pale, I think, well, I'd like to think that our story would be a little bit different. But I don't know. It's the first time I beat this game. You can beat this game without ever finding out about the Pale, and you perceive the story so much differently. There's mysteries that you haven't solved, and just stuff you don't. Yeah, it's interesting. It's thought-provoking. I've thought about this game so frequently and involuntarily ever since the first days that I've played it. It was as if I never stopped playing it. That's how, like, profound and well written I find this game. It's really something else. It's an inspiration. It's an inspiration, truly. Like, I don't know. I don't know how much of the wording I am to internalize seriously in my personal life, but certainly as an aspiring artist myself, Disco Elysium is one of the grandest inspirations for me. And I feel like it's touched a lot of people in a similar way, because people praise this game. People praise this game so much that, like, you don't hear about criticism. Like, people are made fun of for criticizing this game, which is its own toxic practice, right? Like, people have opinions and there's something to say. Like, you cannot criticize this game without leaving yourself on the table. And I think it's that lack of self-awareness, bearing witness to others' lack of self-awareness is a true marvel to witness. Because, like, you'll hear conservatives play this game and they'll either completely deny something about the game and what it means to say, or they'll just leave a lot of themselves out in the open on the table, and they'll be like, "Oh, I've seen it, I've heard it before." People are like, "Oh, this game's for like SJWs." It's like modern day, like your casual run of the mill, like Tumblr center left liberal, like they're never going to be able to appreciate this game. Who are you kidding thinking an SJW on the internet is ever going to be able to really take this game seriously? Like, the really cool thing about this Elysium,
No, detective.
Oh my god.
We're safe.
Oh, I didn't
An
mean to press that. I
uproar of
really
matter,
panicked there for
darling.
a second.
Rising into the pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. A great vision. The area of transition between the world and the pale is called Porch Collapse.
What did I say that was fascist? I might have said something to humor Measurehead. It isn't like, it's just, I can choose to opt in or opt out of anything. Shit. But look, there's 4 options there on the right. It's kind of tough to see, but there's from top to bottom, you see like the Superstar, Apocalypse, Sorry, Boring, and there's the Communist, Fascist, Ultra-Liberal, and Moralist. So the really cool thing that this game does is that there's 4 extremes of political ideology that you can subscribe to, that you can role play as in the game. The 4 that I've just listed there. The interesting thing is that if you play as a fascist, you're satirized for the whole game, as you should be. If you're a moralist, you are criticized internally for the game, and your role in the environment around you, your relations to the powers at play, as you should be criticized. Your character, right? Obviously, you can role play in a game, I think, without people immediately seriously believing that you are yourself in real life anything of the character that you're playing in a video game, right? With some exceptions, there are some parts where I'm like, okay, why would you do that in a video game if you didn't, like, if you're not somewhat like that in real life? Like, there are some examples that I can think of where I would jump to that. I would meander towards that conclusion, maybe not jump to it, but I would start moving my way there. But that's like, moralist thing. Again, like, you criticize as you should be. The ultra-liberal one is, I love it because it's like, it's a satire of, like, capitalism. Like, you become this crazed maniac who's constantly talking about the individualistic meritocracy of late-stage capitalism. You're talking about hustling, you're on the grind, and you just sound like a Sigma male psychopath who's talking about the grind, talking about how everything's just for, like, capital, and it's like, I love it because it's because you're taking those values and then, like, those values as they present themselves systemically in real life, and you're putting a mirror up to them, and you're applying words to those values when reflecting them back to the audience. And it shows clearly to me that it's nonsensical. Like, what is this manufactured competition over resources that need to be distributed evenly if they are to even be barred from anyone at all in the first place, instead of humoring and manufacturing the competitive nature of that system? Like, I'm kind of rambling at this point, but the ultra-liberal path satirizes capitalists. The fascist playthrough satirizes the fascist, obviously. And moralists are criticized. But then there's the communist option. The communist option is interesting because it's the only one that's made fun of, but it's not satirized nor criticized fundamentally. If anything, you, Harry specifically, being a communist, if anything, you're criticized for having a reactionary idea of what communism is and subscribing to that and not actually being even further left-leaning. And once I've actually never completed the communist side plot. Looking forward to that. Can't remember what it was. I think I don't want to mess it up because you can miss stuff in this game. Stuff is timed. So you don't want to miss it. Oh. But yeah, it's very clever. I would love. Well, I was gonna say I would love to have Toby Fox. I'd love to witness Toby Fox take a crack at world, geopolitics like this, and make a game where that's how it is, like solved. But or not solved. I'm looking at cases solved, and it was a Freudian slip there. Or not Freudian slip, but like, completely forgot what I was talking about. Isn't ADHD awesome?
Coronal mist, cold vapor, the most disco
Anyway,
thing you will
what are
ever
its
see.
physical qualities?
It's difficult to describe, or even measure. Something whose fundamental property is the suspension of properties. Physical, epistemological, linguistic. The further into Pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension. Right down to the mathematical. Numbers stop working. No one has yet passed the number barrier. It may be impossible.
It's funny. It's funny. And this thought I won't take too long with this thought, but something that just occurred to me. Revachol is a country, I guess it is? Martinez is what? A town within Revachol, the city? I'm not sure the parallels there, but Revachol is, ever since the revolution, stuck in the past in a way. And then the actual hyper-literal depiction of that idea comes in the form of the Pale, where things are literally, temporally, like at a cosmic level, trapped in the past. The past invading the present and engulfing the present. Consuming it. Like it's cool. There's like the Pale is a metaphor for something else that's in the exact same text that the Pale is in. Like, instead of being it's a metaphor obviously for something you could apply to real life, but the Pale, like, it's a metaphor for something else that's happening in the same story that the Pale features in. It's cool. Is what I was thinking about anyway. I really wish there was someone else in chat that I could talk to about this, but I feel like all of this would go over Logan's head. Or anyone else's. Well, that's okay. If we're surrounded by Pale, how do you get from Isola to Isola?
Oh, it is so difficult for us.
A squall of birds. Hardware operating in the harbor. Firm. Self-evident.
It is possible to force dimensions on the Pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other, shortening the path. But it is still hard for humans to navigate the Pale without getting lost, or having our minds damaged.
The Pale can damage the mind?
Extensively.
How?
Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others argue that Pale somehow consists of past information that's degrading, that it's rarefied past, not rarefied matter. They call it the blend over of the self. The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology, maybe history even. The human mind becomes over-radiated by past.
What does this over-radiation feel like?
It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of Pale exposure per year.
It's more for her. Way more.
You're not a civilian passenger?
No, nameless detective of the Citizens Militia. I am a member of the Entreprenetic Business Class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of Pale transit annually.
Someone else you've met may have been exposed as well. The strange grey-haired woman in her lorry.
Yep. Really glad I talked to her before coming here. Do lorry drivers pass the Pale?
Yes. Carried in the hulls of airships. It's a horrific job. Automation will abolish it soon.
One time people may be thankful for automation getting rid of a job, but that woman seems content with her situation, though. We got free 5 experience points for making that connection. That was kind of fun.
You should ask the Pale driver about this. See what she says.
I guess. I already asked this. Why is this an option and not grayed out? Are you over-radiated?
Up to my gills, officer.
Oh. What is entreprenetic?
Entreprenetics is the scientific study of the Pale, or a recent iteration of it by way of Grad. The study of the Pale reaches back 6,000 years. The Pericarnassians called it the Western Plain.
They cross it, the Western Plain?
There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been known for thousands of years.
The Pale's been around for that long? What has entreprenetics changed then?
Nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less effects later.
Aerostatic craft?
Hybrid airships, detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended, once you've crossed from near Pale to far Pale. In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end. If we throw them precisely.
Oh, shit.
Then they don't.
Gone, like a skipping stone beneath the surface.
Shit. That's horrible. How much Pale is there compared to the world? She said 72%.
The Pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more Pale than there is matter, and the ratio is slipping.
Slipping how? To our detriment, or...
What do you think, detective?
It's growing. There's more and more of the Pale.
Precisely. One of the few measurable effects of the Pale is that it is expanding at an unknown rate. An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists.
Cover everything? It can't be. Where would we go?
Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions even, find handy ways to ignore or downplay that knowledge.
Oh, so is the Pale. So... Wait. So is the Pale a metaphor not for some sort of uncontrollable natural disaster in the universe, like a black hole, or maybe something more homely on Earth, like a I don't know, like a big hurricane or something, or like a big flood or a meteor or something. But is it like the way that the government, like the world government, coalition, and all them are treating the information? It's like global warming then. Like that's what it would be a metaphor for them, right? Like the man-made destabilization of like the natural, not order, but like the world. Like we're burning shit and we're cutting down trees and we're killing animals and like that sort of stuff. The Pale doesn't seem to have come from our own making though in this game. So it's a parallel, but maybe not a metaphor.
I suggest you do the same.
Gulp.
It doesn't look like you're doing the same. The suggestion was meant in earnest, Detective. Live life.
Let's return to reality, please.
Yes, sweet reality. But before we do, tell me, Detective, is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything?
I'm getting a sense of who I am, but no, I didn't know this. Whoa, voice crack.
Beyond curious. Tell me, what do you think of the Pale?
Its advance can only be stopped with immediate, total, ruthless communism. A powerful anti-communist force. Perhaps too powerful, but still, they have it coming. I'm worried. I have to say, it doesn't sound very liberal to me. I don't know how you've all survived with it. It's a huge accomplishment. You might think anything of it. I don't know how you've all survived with it. It's a huge accomplishment. That's moralist. Oh shit, that's moralist, isn't it? I start hissing, like, it's a moralist option, I can't touch it. We persist of all, with a testament to our faith in one another. Is that the moralist option? Which of these things were labeled?
Mm-hmm.
It's terrifying.
You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then...
I'll handle it. The investigation will be my masterpiece. I'll handle it. It's under control.
I hope so. I truly do. If I may suggest, hold on to your colleague, Kitsuragi. I ran a check on him and he is very competent. In the meanwhile, you have me. I will assist you in any way I can, even if we have to do it one basic term at a time.
What is this?
A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions?
I mean, what is this place here?
Ah. This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot. Or two.
She looks around. Where's Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A?
A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveaux. They're old.
Looks up the crumbling facade.
This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay in the Delta. That was before the war, of course.
Who lived in them?
Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off.
Splat, splat.
From a dilapidated balcony, a young girl in odd clothes gives Joyce the evil eye, a red paintbrush held to her throat.
You could be wrong, but from here it appears as if she's running the brush across her throat in a soaring motion.
Wonderful.
What is that?
The girl in the old lady rags. Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture.
Infraculture?
Yes. You and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture.
I understand everything. Make it more complicated somehow.
I can't. That's how simple it is. One may dye their hair green and wear their grandma's coat all they want. Capital has the ability to subsume all critiques into itself. Even those who would critique capital end up reinforcing it instead.
I'd like you to provide an example of that.
All right. What next?
No. Is she thinking about, like, how people are anti-capitalist, but they still work? Because, like, the whole thing about capitalism is that people are forced into what can be wage slavery to survive. That people would have to be in a situation like that remains a strong criticism of capitalism. Like, am I wrong? Am I misinterpreting her words? The funny thing about characters in this game is that I never see it as the game being wrong or the developers being wrong or something. It's like the characters all have like different ideologies, and it's nice how the game instills in me a security to criticize the character and just the character, right? Like, you know, the way you would a person, right? You just take the person at face value, what they tell you. You interpret that as like they're just being honest with you, and you take every person as they are, rather than assuming everyone's going to be the same when you talk to them. Like Joyce here is being a spokesperson for Wild Pines, and she's probably a moralist the way that she talks. She probably laments the loss of the past, and she's old enough to wish that disco was back or whatever, but she's probably like that. She would defend capitalism like that. Makes me feel like she's probably a moralist or a liberal.
Suddenly, you're not so sure you're part of the supraculture.
I think I may be part of an infraculture.
And what would that be?
Onto her cheeks.
What's so funny about that?
Nothing. It's just, true, that's all. The uniforms, the language. Let's have another question about reality, shall we?
What times are these?
These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late.
Too late for what?
For the big time.
A flash of teeth. What's the big time?
The revolution.
Huh. What is this revolution I keep hearing about?
It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle.
We'll have the -1 drama, fooled by the absurdity. A mass of fantastic races swirls in your head. Desert pygmies playing with their own excrement. Koigos juggling potatoes. Eczema-ridden mounds grinning and dancing of wooden pawns. Everyone is there, the whole race game, plus some that you may have come up with yourself. Thieving I don't know if that's a slur in real life. I really hope it isn't. And a Zeolite cast of fortunates hatchling some kind of scheme. Excuse me. Hatching some kind of scheme. In the eye of this race, Empyrean, a vertigo reaching up to the heavens, you sense something drawing nearer, nearer. You got shot in the head.
Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, they all got shot in the head. Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed.
What about the people who were both?
She likes the totality of it.
The communists and the anarchists shoot back?
Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
Sounds like they should have shot more people in the head then.
Don't worry. Krasmazov shot 15 million people in the head. But that was all the way over in Grad.
Anyone else get shot in the head on the opposing side?
Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad.
Cowardly king.
I prefer the term risk-averse. King Guillaume was nobody's fool. He could smell a PR disaster brewing, so he got out alive, and his nephew Fricelle got shot in his place.
Huh. Yeah, that's cowardly.
Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. It was a wild time.
It'd be nice if monarchies had a captain goes down with the ship kind of mentality, but I suppose not. Who got the mineral rights?
The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything.
By liberals, you mean...
Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective. Or the remaining gentry. The beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement. Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the ultras, or ultra-liberals. They fared well.
How did the liberals win it all?
They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
We. She's one of them. Of course.
If everyone got shot, who was there to surrender to?
To foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights.
Wait, you just said the liberals already took everything.
The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people.
She stomps her rubber-booted foot. The ocean, the law. Oh, yeah. We're the coalition.
The coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-le-Clay. The armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do.
Moralist?
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, and not shooting people in the head. At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government. This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For a moment, there was hope.
I don't think I'm a moralist, ma'am.
Of course. Not easy to be moderate about head shooting in your line of work.
When was this kerfuffle? When was this kerfuffle?
Turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end, nearly the whole world had gotten involved.
Who started it?
It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease,
Jesus.
which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Mazov came along and overthrew the government.
Oh my god, this game came out before COVID, folks. I think. Wait, did it? Oh my god, did it come out during COVID? What did this Saroth do?
It made people overthrow their governments.
Oh, really?
Of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue.
Oh!
The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only
Measurehead.
provided a spark.
Measurehead believes that communism was the virus, leaving holes in people's brains, but it was actually the thing, an actual prion that Mazov took advantage of to overthrow the government. Oh. Okay. Where did it spread from there?
From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazov's government was overthrown in '08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end.
I thought it was a 9-year government. Not the 11... Because that would be 6 years. It started in '02, right? So it was 8, and then it would be the 6-year government, not the 9-year government. There seems to be a bit of a conflict there.
Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
What is the zone of control?
A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations. And you, of course, the citizens' militia. The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the suzerain and the commune.
What happened in the rest of the world?
Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-islary communication. Telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the fifth decade.
Shit. We're still here? Okay. I lost the stream for a second.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
They developed marvels of the inter-insular communication, telematic milius, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, that continues for the fifth decade. Why 51? What are we getting 51 from? Oh, 51's the year right now. 8 is what? I'm not sure where the math is coming from there, but
Time flies.
what have you been doing all that time?
The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. '08 to '19 was simply hell.
And after that?
The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere.
Were they?
No. It was a market mirage fueled by cocaine and quantitative easing. The 40s dispelled it like a cold splash. An Isla-wide hangover, you might say. And here we are.
Hmm. Funny that you'll hear moralists and liberals talk about the communist revolution like it was a failed thing that wasn't going to work, but it doesn't seem like any other form of government's really working all that well either.
Welcome to reality, baby.
For her to be where she is, Wild Pines Group must have picked the right side.
Which side is Wild Pines Group on?
They picked the winning side. That's why they're here, and others are not.
They got lucky.
Perhaps it wouldn't have turned out that way had I been in charge. I might have bet on the king and led the Pines to doom.
You would have sided with the king?
I would have sided with the cannons. If you'd seen the calibers of the things, you might have too. Perhaps it's better I was born when I was. 10 of the 14 Indo tribes got it wrong. Feld, Kupri.
What would you have done differently?
Good question. What would you have done differently?
I would have sought a medical solution. Sounds like Sarath drove those people mad. I would have killed more, 100 million if that's what it took. I would have positioned myself more very precisely. I would have made it out with the mineral rights. Is that the communist option, or is it the fascist option? I shouldn't... Yeah. I shouldn't be able to confuse the two. I would have sought a medical solution. Sounds like Sarath drove those people mad. That doesn't sound... I asked you. Who are you in all
And
this?
I asked you, past-less detective of the Citizens Militia, what insight has acute encephalopathy given to you? Well, let's see here. We're sitting at 16-1 for fascism.
The cold runs down your spine as you say the words, like a small electric charge that seeks grounding.
I see. A tenth of humanity. The key of history is in the lock. Keep turning at any cost.
The key of history is in the law. Sanity's crushed inertial reigns, a suzerain forever. Till it's all mine, every pigment-drenched black leaf of mine, middle class. And the workers are all gone, and the age of man is over.
The wind stops, and for a moment, there's silence. The cold dissipates into your parietal lobe, like a dissolved bullet. All is quiet on the Martinez Inlet.
Why? Is me saying this wait, is this the power of the Pale? Could I like will the past to change? Is that what this is?
A dog barks. A gunshot echoes off the walls of some distant building. A woman's voice.
Capital is past.
Past? That's what de Briever, the leader of the Communards, said, before she got a bullet in her head. Don't get me wrong.
A woman's voice. Am I hearing echoes of the past?
Capital is finished. But understand this. Its end won't free anyone. It will only lead to more suffering. They are what they are. Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know?
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer.
I want to know what you are.
She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
What are you?
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. A devourer of nations and infants. I am an ultra.
She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking, revealing a canine.
Dios mío! Draw across. A liberal.
Yes. I am the nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. I pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. My kind surrendered the nation to financial colonists. I can see you thought we'd gone extinct. After all, no sane person identifies as an ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight. You're a man of the left, no? Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, are you repulsed?
In her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride.
I forgive you, but only because you're charming.
A devil, who being of great charm and guile, sneaketh into the homes of the godly.
That dialect is ubi sunt. You recognize it's a quote from somewhere. A play written way back in the Franco-Nigerian century.
And persuades them to addict their souls to service.
Ah, maybe you remember more than you let on. Despite whatever brain damage the alcohol may have inflicted. I hope we're able to continue as friends, despite my deeply felt need to infiltrate and betray the revolution, and then ensnare you to financial service. Honestly, I may have even preferred it, had the communards won. Who knows? They might really have built something better. But they didn't, because they lost.
And this game and its story mourns that, often. Just pointing that out.
When the dust settled, the liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed.
Would you have done something different? I already asked her this.
With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinaise a monument to the efficacy of its artillery.
While a gentle wind sweeps the streets in the rebuilt east, light drizzle washing it clean, lights go up and motor carriages circulate the tracks.
I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition. Not here in Martinaise, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. If not for my own sake.
She realizes her small, cold fists are clenched. She loosens them.
I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition.
Then for my daughters, we had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isola down rather than let them have it.
You're a smart woman.
Perhaps. My intellectual vanity will be my undoing.
You're no dummy yourself.
No. Our intellectual vanity will be my undoing.
And the crown on your head as you lay in the casket.
You're a patriot?
Yes. I suppose I am. But I wouldn't be a patriot anywhere but here.
You have daughters?
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother. And a wife. Now, shall we return to reality? It's a neurological disorder caused by a lack of vitamin B in the brain. Symptoms include a retrograde amnesia. It's quite serious. You should get yourself checked out.
What causes encephalopathy?
Well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use.
Definitely the drinking.
She nods slowly. It remains a mystery what you mean by this something close. This isn't about you. It's about reality.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else? That's the man who was killed. Better not tie the fourth day to the Bat's day on this. I hope there is something else.
Some kind of superstar.
Let's see here.
They say the world isn't ready for a rock and roll cop. No one wants their state monopoly on violence to be mixed with celebrity worship. They claim to know it would be dangerous for detectives to rise to the ranks of demigods and have sexual encounters with barely legal cover girls. It would be insane, they say. To all this, you say, fuck off and die, in a cool voice. You people have no idea how good these cops are gonna get. They're gonna crack 20 cases a day. In the future, cops will be like astrophysicists, or prime ministers, or prophets. And you're the first one.
Oh, shit. Ah. Learning caps being raised isn't really... I don't love it. I mean, it's already pretty high. Essentially ready, always be powerful. Low levels, however, you'll find your survival instinct is lacking, and your methods limp-wristed. Those who respect violence will not respect you. Sane people, well-adjusted cops, the non-suicidal. Whew, that was quite the reality rundown, to be sure.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire...
Not officers.
Nothing to see here.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it right now.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Why? It's a wall. An ordinary wall.
No. No. No.
Just an ordinary wall. Because you see it. Finally. This wall is sublime. Look at it. The shadows. The colors.
Let the conceptual joy flow into your pupils and blossom into thoughts in your brain.
All the other walls on all the other houses must make a pilgrimage in adoration of this, the uncontested pinnacle of wallcraft, color peeled from the very face of God.
More.
Oh, wall father.
Yes, I must paint this wall. Add to it.
Absolutely. Now you just need the materials. Cindy the Skull has a paintbrush and paint. Talk to her. Yes, great thinking. Go talk to her. The wall will be waiting.
It said tomorrow. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do something else. You've been streaming for a little while, eh? Here's what's gonna happen. Oh. Well, I guess I'll just... I'll have to go and... We'll see if I can do that savoir-faire jump. Off in the... oh, that looks like it could have been caused by an earthquake.
It is the dead of night. Now is not the time for sitting, but for sleeping. It is time to find a bed.
Okay. Fine. I'm gonna go and run over to here. We're gonna see if we... oh, hold on. I have a skill point, right? Hell yeah. Running. Okay. Barely see what's happening here. Okay. Okay. Here we are. Hold on. I'll just...
Tarpaulin cloak with pop.
Okay.
A tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing. Nope, no. That's still too high. What were you thinking? You're not a gymnast. You're a boxer. And you've climbed way too high up here.
Right, I can't do it right now. I'll make the jump next time.
Really? Because it feels like you've strained a muscle there. Or two.
No, we're gonna do it. I'm gonna save scum to get this. Save skill points.
A tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing.
No, we'll do... yeah, no, that's good. I don't care. I do not care.
No.
I will save scum. We're gonna do this. We're gonna end the stream by me getting this cloak, and then we're good. We're doing it.
Tarpaulin cloak.
Here we go.
Possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing. As you leap in the air, a chilly breeze engulfs you, sharpening your senses.
Close your eyes. Let your senses take in the world around.
Ankles tingling from the tension, blood roaring in your ears. You are ready for your rendezvous with the concrete pavement below. Martinez goes about its daily routine as you soar through the air. The loud voices of protesters mix with the engine sounds from the traffic jam. Waves crash against the pier, and dense, salty sea air fills your lungs.
Don't let go of the moment yet.
The little backyard, kingdom of Kuno, looks almost idyllic when it's not dominated by a decomposing human being. And its de facto ruler, Kuno the Gremlin King, is pointing at you, talking to his friend. What
am I gonna
is
hear
he
it?
saying? Flying faggot, winged
Whoa!
pig, shit is airborne. These are the only words the wind coming in from the Insulindian Ocean carries to
Whoa, this game is supposed to censor that word. Oh my gosh. Whoa. Someone didn't tell the voice actor the memo.
As the concrete floor welcomes you, you realize it's been a while since you felt so alive.
For the
Alert,
people.
capable. No one hears your shouts, but it makes you feel powerful inside. Now, with your feet firmly planted on the concrete, the noise of the harbor.
I've done that before I found the alternative pair of pants. So soaring through the air wearing his jacket, his shirt, no pants, and no shoes. He's just as graceful as you do. Like, he's just soaring through the... Perfect. From heavy tarpaulin. It would be nigh wind and waterproof if there weren't 3 bullet holes scattered on the surface. Signature white rectangle Elysium covers the garment's back.
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads, René Arnaud. Listen, it's okay to take a few minutes to yourself. Sit down and have a breather. You need to rest. Your body is aching. Getting in here has taken something out of you. Have a seat.
See what the night watchman keeps in here.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulously organized. There's a framed photograph on the table. Looks like the inhabitant is rather pedantic when it comes to order. It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man is young, dark-skinned, and dressed in a Royal Carabinieri uniform. The girl is smiling playfully at the camera.
That sounds like a nice photo. Let me see. Let's see what happens if I rest in here. Am I going to heal my physical aches?
This is the night. The chair is not as austere as the rest of the booth. A thin grey pillow is attached to the seat, secured to the stiles by black ribbons. Stale air floods through your nostrils. Not a single mote of dust floats inside your lungs, though. The inside of the booth is immaculate.
Search for a little something to help you out.
The drawers are empty, save for old timesheets and receipts. One small box, however, does hold some cheap painkillers. They are slightly out of date. You take the painkillers. They are yours now. Oh boy, where to start? Elevated risk of dementia, mini strokes, prophet's disease, sudden death, hair death, erectile malfunction, critical flatulence, watery blood, black mucus, uncontrollable weeping, increased sensitivity to la opera, inoperable joint disorder, total spinal collapse. Maybe this was a bad idea.
Oh.
You stand and exit the booth.
Oh, that's funny. I can unlock this from here, right? Pull out a pattern of coffee rings on the windows. Someone's habitually chilling next to the radio.
On second glance, someone has forgotten to properly close one of the drawers. The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of brown folders, hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Muindi, Grad, and even Ilmara, and the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol. Kuron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed among the many districts where the imports are being sold. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry.
Whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. However,
written in large, uneven capital letters. Remember, Leo, Everart's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everart's plants, sweep office floor, more banners. All items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself is crumpled. Doesn't look too incriminating, but still feels like a find.
Take another look at the note.
Remember, Leo, Everart's shoes. All items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself is crumpled. Hundreds and the same material. You already went through all of these. The drawer slides. The suicide of
Here we
Kraz
go.
Mazov.
Let's see what this is all about.
It's clearly a lie. Kraz Mazov didn't shoot himself. Reaction was on the counteroffensive. The State Day Palace in Mirova was surrounded. He was either assassinated or died in the bombing. You might even have evidence to support this, somewhere in your brain. Mazov was never given a state funeral by the communists. Some people even say the body that was recovered from the ruins wasn't his. There, good. Hero restored to glory. Carry on, comrade.
I like it. Not a bad one. White check failures heal all morale. Little guy gets further and further away. Authorities down. We'll try that one. We'll see what happens over there. I don't like the authority being down, but we're gonna try it out. Bottom of the Union logo and demand democracy. Doors locked and be open the side without passcode. Just about to talk to the union leader.
An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall.
I guess we're gonna have to go talk to Evar then.
A rusting control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marsh and Arrête are faded with use. It seems to control the large crane above. A container is attached to its hook block. Marsh. On. Arrête. Off.
Oh. No, that's go and stop, actually.
With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air.
Oh, it's still going. Wow, it's still going.
And, with a surprisingly quiet thunk, the crane places the container down. The harbor sleeps as the strike rages in the distance. The crane can rest again, now that its purpose has been fulfilled.
What do you mean?
Moving this container, of course. For this purpose it was built. For this purpose it has acted. And now it will rest. The crane does not return to its original position. It does not move at all. Before you stands a cargo container, just one of many in the yard.
Hey there, sugar.
The container door appears unmoved by your attempt at flattery.
You're a fine piece of engineering. You know that?
The door does not respond to your advances. Is it possible that it seems somehow more closed than before?
Knock on the door.
No reply. The knock produces a hollow ring of metal. Doesn't sound like there's anything inside the container.
Open the door.
You attempt to turn the handle, to no avail. The doors seem to be mechanically locked.
Nothing more to do here for now. Shipyard ahead is oddly quiet. The great machines are sleeping.
Container, container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, container, put the logos on.
The lyrics to this container song are being made up as he goes along. The accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi, from the vanishing peninsula of Ubisunt on Muindi.
Container, container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, container, now belongs to Everard.
Tiny man is so engaged in his work he doesn't notice you.
Everard, 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 he looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey there. How can I help you, mister? I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you?
A shadow passes over his kind face. What is it with you people and scabs?
I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and folks gotta eat.
He doesn't seem to be waiting for you to
Just
answer.
some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister.
You're Ubi, right?
Oh, yes. Born and raised in Arish, mister. Mum had to leave my dad after he got a bit violent. Took us here to the new world. I was about 10 then. Too old to lose my accent then. People say us Ubis are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and other animals and whatnot. I just want you to know there was never any of that where I come from. No, sir. Those are just nasty rumors.
Are you the Leo who wrote the note to make more banners?
Oh, yes, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. I almost forgot about the borscht.
What was that about the borscht?
Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day since the strike started. It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's boar dogs every time the lunch is done.
What do you mean by taking this soup to the men? Is it for striking?
Yes, yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They brew it in the whirling in rags.
Who makes it in the whirling?
Oh, the whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we speak. He's from Grad.
Something's off about this borscht. I'm gonna look into it. I doubt it, but...
Oh, sure, mister. Sure. You do that. Yes, sir.
What are you doing with the containers?
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. So it's easier for...
The containers in the yard are green in Wild Pine's livery, and the mountains rising behind Leo is all red in Union colors.
Oh. I saw a logic check, and I completely got tunnel vision. I wasn't even listening to what Leo was saying. Each of the crane operators to spot them.
It's like some red infection was spreading outwards from the container yard's core. There appear to be cisterns underneath the Union container covers.
This looks like a massive redecorating operation.
Yes, moving from inwards to outwards. By the looks of it, soon everything will be in Union colors.
Leo, has anyone told you why you need to change the covers?
No, not really. Mr. Everett doesn't tell me all the big things. Says I go and tell them to everyone.
What is underneath these red covers?
Oh, I don't know, mister. They say it's some chemicals. Most of them have labels on them, I think.
Thanks, Leo. You've been very helpful.
Oh, no trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all.
Where's everyone? The harbor's empty.
Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
So no one's working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Evrard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate.
He pauses to think.
But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Evrard sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so.
He stops, but seems eager to tell you more. What kind of trouble did this Titus and his friends get into?
Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's union business.
He smiles and leans closer.
Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off.
What did they actually do?
I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details. That's just how boys are, you know. I haven't been in a fight since I was in middle school.
Too rowdy? Leo, what kind of fight did they get into? Did they kill a mercenary?
Too late. Leo's mouth is still moving, and the words are spewing forth. Words, words, and look, even more words. This guy could go on till the end of days. Now he's talking about some drunk sawmill owner who... No, he already switched to a prized fishing rod he apparently owned at some point. You know what? Just cut in there with your questions.
Do you work here?
Yes, yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. Leonard Bellick. But everyone calls me Leo.
Little man raises his hand in a welcoming
I'm
gesture.
like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town. And Mr. Edgar's right-hand man when Mr. Everett is away. Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Who's Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle on once the dinner is done.
Whoa.
And me and the missus sit down beside the radio. But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here and I'm always... She is a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river. 4 years she was gone, and when she came back, she was all fancy and lawyerly.
He respects that word. That's obvious.
But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood. Knows everybody and gets along with everyone. Real pillar of the community one day, I'm sure. If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. But she can't have kids. Dr. Lemaitre said so. And she knows about such things. Been a doctor for almost 50 years, she has.
He sighs and falls silent, watching you meekly with his blue eyes.
So Evra trained a lawyer named Miss Beaufort. Interesting.
I think you're doing a great job around here, Leo. Oh.
Well, thanks a lot. Coming from you, it means a lot, really.
You didn't think it was possible, but the smile becomes even wider.
Sometimes I feel some of the guys don't really get how much I bust my ass for them here. But you guys are alright.
It's in that container over there.
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're just waiting to be loaded up.
I'm looking for the leader of the Dockworkers Union.
Oh, you want Mr. Everett then? He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother are both nice fellows. They've lived their entire lives in this here neighborhood.
He coughs and continues immediately.
Guys like Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good guys. Made Martinez what it is today. Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar and I went to the same school we did when we were boys.
Easy now, Leo. I just want to know where I can find this man.
Mr. Everett is usually in his office, of course. But he
Which I already
left for the
knew.
day. He always leaves around 10 p.m. Bye-bye now.
Oof. I'm gonna have to talk to Everett in order to get out of here.
A large table with 2 huge vacuum-insulated thermal coffee dispensers. Someone has forgotten a small plastic card next to the stacks of cups. You snatch out the red plastic card. It features a black contour of a crane lifting a container. The name, Etienne Hogarth, is written in the middle. Below it, in smaller text, member of the board. It comes with a magnetic strip meant to open electronic doors.
Ooh. Ah, of course. This is how I'm able to leave without having to talk to him. That's good. Smart man doesn't leave any incriminating documents behind. Yeah, let's get out of here. I was gonna say that we'll go talk to Evart and then we'll get out of here. Like, and then we'll end the stream, like, before doing that. But if we got the key card, we'll just kind of dart our way back. Make our way back to the whirling. We'll rest for the night. Oh. Thing there. Need office shades. Okay.
The bed is cold.
Let's just get in there already.
The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. And then sleep. And then sleep doesn't come.
But I want to sleep.
Obviously, you're in bed with your eyes closed, but it's not happening.
Why?
Maybe it's the bed's fault.
Check the pillow.
Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly. Smells of alcohol and sweat. And grease. It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here. Intimate and warm. Breathing.
Roll over to the other
It's
side.
a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it?
Killed him. Who?
Something to do with... What was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brain waves.
My mom's watching the hockey game. I don't know if you could pick that up in the microphone. But...
Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
Strange tar. Oh, the fog. That's the pale, isn't it?
Do you remember the scent of your childhood?
I was born in a hospital where people usually go to die.
You're not kidding anyone, Harry. You don't remember shit. Tell me, do you remember your wife's hand on your face? Oh no, Funky baby, you stayed. It was the rest of it that left. Or you just stood there, with one hand on the bottle and the other on your dick, watching it go. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours?
I can get it all back.
No, it's gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium.
What is Elysium?
Everything. The Pale and the Isolas. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up.
I've talked to you before.
No, Harry. You were just talking to yourself. That's all you ever do. Even in your dreams. And the act is wearing thin. The spots of the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time. Sweating up the bed. Stinky boy.
I can come back from this.
You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours. Bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding?
Trying to solve this case.
You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you, a thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover.
God, there's another type?
Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork. Barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
So this is the hangover then. Just being alive.
Good going, buddy.
God, what the hell was that?
Oh, just a dream. You have ones like that all the time. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night.
What the hell's going on with me?
You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think.
Why is this happening?
It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. You're too weak to say no now. Waking up is the worst part. Maybe somewhere down the line you could decline.
Shit. What is speed?
Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It kept you propped up all day yesterday, despite your debilitating hangover. How else did you think you even got up from this floor? It's power, man. It's professionalism. It makes you feel like you're young again and ready to detect. Ready to go to war against the world.
No, I can take this. I am not going to go looking for speed.
Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then. You will be fired.
It's a lie. I can do this without the speed. Half the town won't be dead.
Suit yourself. Slow, sad shell man. See how you do without your spark. The fan stands still. The lights are on.
Okay. That's gonna be it. It's gonna be it for the day. I have to... Jesus, I have to put a pause on it. Holy shit, we've been streaming for a while. Okay. Thank you all so much for watching. This is a big episode. We did a lot today. It feels like we did a lot, but it was a lot of just fucking listening to Measurehead and Joyce. Ugh. We're gonna have to listen to our next episode as well. A lot of this game is dialogue, but... Ugh. That's just how it goes. But yeah. I'm gonna go eat something, because fuck am I hungry. Thank you all so much for watching. I really appreciate it. I will see you all next time.